So our channel is live. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Adventure on So Many Levels. We're going to play some Dungeons and Dragons.
Yay!
Yay!
I am Christiana Ellis. I am the Dungeon Master. Our players tonight, David Archambault as... I've forgotten everybody's character's name.
Oh my god.
What? Uh, uh, Dianok.
Xenophon.
Dianok. I got it. I got it. David Archambault as Dianok.
Oh, water and spirits and mysterious disappearances. Guess it's a job for the Order of the Golden Prawn.
Mm-hmm. Lee Burdett as again. I'm doing Flounce. I started to say Fluffy.
Yeah.
Flounce is Fluffy.
Yes.
But, yeah. So.
Fluffy bunny.
Yes, the fluffy bunny.
All right.
She just keeps going.
All right. Brain getting back up to speed. Jason Banks as Exel.
Greetings,
Not
everybody.
Fluffy bunny.
Not the non-fluffy bunny,
Yeah.
yes.
Nobilis as Canthan.
Saucy!
And Paul Weimer as Xenophon.
On the last day of your calendrical year, as rebels, the order for you doth appear.
See, I'm actually going to blame Paul for my mistakes there because,
It's always Paul's fault.
well, yeah.
In addition to that,
What happened is that I was starting to introduce him first, and then I realized, oh, he usually has those awesome little couplets. Maybe I should do him last, but then it just tripped up my brain in terms of trying to say the character names in order. So I apologize, everyone. It is Paul's fault, but for the group. So it has been a little while since we last adventured with the Order of the Golden Prawn. Who would like to try for inspiration for their character by remembering anything about where we left off?
Me.
Yeah? By all means.
So, we got an unusual job from the shield bearers. There isn't a particular problem to solve. There isn't a place in danger. We were sent to Shangabumi. Is that how you say it?
Yeah, the BH is a little bit like a V, so Shankavumi.
Shangabumi.
Yeah.
And to the city of Shagapur
Mm-hmm.
to basically be security, presence, presence to forestall trouble for their, basically their Olympics.
Mm-hmm.
And, stuff happened. We all had our little thing, Campton tried all sorts of different foods. Exels, like, also tried a bunch of different foods. And for the finale was a dance competition.
And then we got wet.
And then we got
And
wet.
it
Yes.
told the story of a city that got lost beneath this titanic wave. And after the dance competition concluded and the person telling that story won, what appeared but a titanic wave, which ran over the city, and we had a challenge of not being swept away,
Mm-hmm.
and then helping to deal with the chaos below.
Yep.
And we closed with finding out that the temple to the spirits that control the water, essentially the water from the wave went in, targeted that dancer particularly and the trophy for the prize, and stole her away.
Well done. You covered all the pertinent details. The winner's name, Amanisha, was taken away along with the Shanka shell, which is the trophy for the Shanka Games. And to be sure, that was where we left off, was with that sort of dramatic pronouncement that more than just some sort of a rogue wave causing a flood, something in the wave actually came out of the water, grabbed her and the trophy, and then sucked her away with it. And so, not only was there a devastating flood, but also something sinister and magic afoot. Or at
Yes.
least presumably sinister, because it doesn't seem like a great thing to cause a flood, but
Yeah.
Would
Yeah.
it be a foot or a fin?
Well, I mean, you could have a foot in the water, but it could also be a fin.
Yes.
Yeah. So in any
Not a
case,
wing.
yes. So everyone had to try to survive the flood as best they can. And in fact, I am going to now give you a handout called "Devastating Wave," which is a little piece of artwork depicting the city experiencing this horrible flood.
Oh boy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, I'm just realizing that the way I've got the map showing right now does not center it properly, but there you
Yeah.
go. So,
Yeah. And once again, the artwork in this book is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah,
mm,
for sure.
yeah. So this is basically, things have calmed a bit. Like there's a lot of lingering damage, but the wave itself has subsided. And you have, you made your way to the temple, and there was initially the water elementals that are guardians of the temple were kind of agitated at first, but you were able to recognize that they were guardians and not, external threats, and calm them. And then the temple's leader, High River Singer Pluvan Batiali, was a extremely old-looking halfling priest, told you that the river came for Amanisha and the riverines Shankar. The wall of water descended and flowed around us, seeking Amanisha as she tried to help others to safety. It seized her and the trophy, then pulled them both away. And you had recognized that this priest was one of the judges of the Shenka trials that you had been here to observe, and you would also recall that the riverine is the local name for the spirits of the various rivers.
Mhm.
So, we now rejoin our adventure, already in progress, as you've just been given this dramatic pronouncement.
Why would they do that? Why would that happen?
Well, it is clearly some sort of supernatural influence taking place, but I don't believe that it could possibly be the doing of Iravati, the spirit of our river here.
Is there another spirit uh that would do this?
An opposing riverine spirit of some kind, perhaps?
I don't know of one that would do any such thing. There are the notable large rivers have the most powerful riverines, but I cannot imagine any of them doing such a thing. I will say that in the storm and the river during the wave, I sensed a deep jealousy, and I could not help but wonder if it seemed possible that it was connected to the catastrophe that befell the city of Manivarsha all those years ago. After all, Amanisha's performance highlighted that story.
Well,
Perhaps. Where was Manivasha?
Manivarsha was, it is ruins now, of course, but the location supposedly was somewhat to the southwest of here, beyond the Gulf. Not quite so far west as Ashwaratu and perhaps a bit south of there, but the location is lost to history. After all, it was swallowed by the water.
It's possible that a rival spirit may have taken the champion and the trophy there.
I just know that there are the tales of Manivarsha's ruin tell of a sudden storm and a huge wave that rose above the swamp forest and then consumed the city. Thankfully,
That sounds awfully familiar.
it does not seem to have been quite so thoroughly destructive here today, but the similarity is striking.
But you say the actual location of the ruins is lost.
We know only in a general location, a general sense, but the approximate region is known. But I believe, just with the specificity of these magical forces seeking out Amanisha, I can't help but think that she must be the key to understanding what happened.
Possibly.
Are there any other people from that city that live here?
Well, there are many. The diaspora of Manivarsha, descendants of the people who were away from the city when the catastrophe struck. There are many around, but few know any more than the rest of us, in the sense that all who were present when it happened were lost, and only those who were not present when it happened survived.
I'm just wondering if any more of the diaspora were taken.
If so, I'm not aware, but I have only been here. This has all just happened.
Okay, well,
One question. You said that there was a feeling of jealousy.
Mhm.
Do you have an ocean spirit?
No, our civilization is based on the river spirits.
Okay.
There are not any ocean spirits that I am aware of. If so, they stay out to sea.
Okay. That was my concern, that if there was a spirit that felt it was being ignored,
Not being
that
honored. Yeah.
that might be something that might play into it. But if there are no known ocean spirits, if they're like deep dwellers in the deep, then it might be another. Maybe it's a younger river spirit.
Well, I mean,
I don't know.
it would have to be a fairly powerful river spirit to
Mhm.
to
Do what it just did.
invade Iravati's domain this way.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed, there is something afoot that I am not familiar with, but
What sort of communication do you have with Iravati? Is there a way for us to talk with Iravati? Perhaps Iravati might have ideas on where this rival's base of power is located.
we could beseech Iravati to give us information, but as after all, we perform many rituals that are designed to
Mhm.
honor and to appease the somewhat uh, uh, unpredictable river spirits. But as as you saw from the river's normal state, here at this location, the river is wide and slow, and as a result, Iravati is sometimes difficult to reach and slow to respond. We could beseech him, but I worry that we will lose time if we wait.
Yeah, I mean, we should leave that to the priests.
Yeah.
You are shield bearers, the shield bearers. I saw you in the color guard.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Yes,
I
we are.
appreciate your rushing to our aid here. I wonder if I could call upon you to help us in this matter.
Of course.
I
We
believe
do.
that
We
would
were just
be
trying to find
job.
a vector of way
Wow.
to find the lost champion, the lost
Well,
The
yeah.
one thing that comes first to mind is to try to visit this ruined city. Um, from your description and from my looking over the map, from the clues you've said, it sounds like the Mahul River might be the best place for us to start looking.
Well, my understanding is that the Iravati River, which is the river here, the jungles are far too thick to easily travel through. Traveling up the Iravati River is the way that would have traditionally been used to reach that location. Up the Iravati and then taking one of its branches. But especially if it is possible that any of the normal riverbanks might be disrupted in some way, I would suggest that you would need a guide, a local guide. But I'm looking around, and it seems that many of the local craft have been damaged. But please, if you can, I recommend that you find a guide, and if you are able to find and return Amanisha, the town can certainly offer the shield bearers 400 gold pieces for each of you.
We'll do our best.
I believe we have a goal now.
Indeed. Is Exo looks at them and says, "Do you know of any other people or tribes that would be along the river that we might need to watch out for?"
The nearest bastion of civilization traveling inland would be all the way at Ashawatu. If you were to travel that far, I believe you would have passed the region you're looking for. I don't think that you would find any substantial pockets of civilization between here and there.
Now, where might a guide be found here?
I would start probably by looking for an intact ship.
Yes, that sounds like.
And you're looking at, and like a lot of the boats that were like
Yeah.
at the docks in the river have all kind of been washed like 3 blocks inland now, and a lot destroyed. He says, but before you go, he reaches inside his robes and he pulls out a small shanka shell, which are like conch shells, but this one is like a little one, and this one is on a gold chain, and he says, this shell will bring luck to he who or she who wears it.
That definitely should go to our bard.
Oh,
Okay.
our poor vulnerable bard.
So he hands you this shell, which functions as a stone of good luck.
I'll take
So
it.
that's +1 to ability checks and saving throws while you wear it. I don't think it. It does require attunement.
I will too then.
All right.
I'll
Oh,
spend the
yeah.
hour to do that. Absolutely.
I guess
So while you're doing that,
we
we
search
will,
for
we're going to go
or
search for an
a
intact
intact
boat.
ship.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps one that was out further out away from the town and has arrived since the disaster.
Yeah, I wonder if it's possible that such a thing might have might be conveniently available when you go start looking.
Yeah.
It turns out that you, as you are looking out to that region, you do see a boat just pulling into the harbor that is intact. This is a small boat, it should be clear. It looks like it would have room for all of you, but not much more. It is not a big ship. This is a small riverboat that, is not that big. But you do
Okay.
see it is piloted by a perhaps 30-something bearded human. I have, whoops, what did I just
Okay.
clicked something. I have a handout that I'm going to show you here. This is Duka Batiali. I think I said a different name wrong, but so you see it?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So this fine gentleman here is pulling up this ship, and he is looking alarmed at the state of the city, which he is only just sailing in. And so, do you call out to him?
Unifon.
Yes, I look up from the stone I've been staring at and call and wave to Duca and try to attract his attention. Um,
He sees you and kind of rows his boat over in your direction. He's having to stay a little bit out because the regular docks are a shambles at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
But he's close enough to that you can kind of shout a little bit back and forth. Oh there! What happened here?
a,
There was
a,
a. Go ahead.
but-
Paul.
no, I thought.
One of
Camping
you.
was gonna- Okay, yeah. A terrible flood caused perhaps by a different riverine spirit has devastated the city. We need help in tracking down the spirit and the person that abducted. Will you help us?
Well, I am knowledgeable about the rivers of this area, but that does seem like a substantial risk if there are hostile riverines about.
We have been charged with doing so by who was the person who
It was Bomia. Hang on, I closed it. Okay, hang on. Sorry, I don't have it open anymore. And Roll20 does the thing where if you pop it out and make it a separate window, then you can't open it again without reloading everything. The priest. That's who it was.
Yeah.
It was that guy, the priest.
Yeah.
they've been charged to do this by the priest of the temple here in.
Oh yeah, that guy. I know him.
I didn't write down the priest's name, and I feel sheepish.
It's fine. Oh well. I'll do it for 100 gold.
I'm willing to put in 20.
I'll put in 20.
I'm broke. remember new armor? I'm broke.
I'll put in 25.
Exel is like, isn't that a bit on the high side for?
It's a dangerous job. Come on, I'll put in 25.
Yeah.
I was gonna. So Axel can make a persuasion check at disadvantage because he's being undermined by his own.
His own party.
Okay.
Who is much more generous than he is.
Yeah,
Good cop, bad cop.
Yeah.
Exel was just thinking like, this is a time of need. Like,
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
but there's also
I mean,
price
it's,
gouging.
it's also true that 100 gold is a lot of money. But he's
Yeah.
also potentially being asked to risk his life. So you know.
Yeah, and his livelihood if
Okay.
he makes
yeah,
so-
that's 17.
Oh, even with disadvantage, this is 17. So he hears that and he looks at the state of the city and he goes, 75.
done because we've already collected that much. 25 for the three of us.
Okay. So I guess are you looking to leave right away?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Or at least soonest is best if you need to check in on your dwelling.
Well, no, I don't actually live here. But here, come aboard. Here I can, and he basically finds a spot that he can kind of get close enough in that you don't have to jump in the water. You can kind of hop over onto the boat.
Boing.
Yeah. Both
Uh,
Clouds and Excel have no problem.
so I think we didn't quite say, but you tell him that you're looking for the ruins of Manivarsha.
Yes.
And he says, "Yeah, I can. I think I can take you to that general area at least." So as he starts kind of, you know, rowing the boat, you know, up towards the upstream in the river, he says, "Yeah, I was just coming into Shagapur when I saw the wave strike. I don't suppose this would have anything to do with the eerie green sparkling light." Because I kind of
That
saw
part of the
that.
storm?
I mean, I saw the. I mean, I saw the current of water with an eerie green light kind of sweep away from the city after the wave passed, and I had I'd seen it once before coming downstream from there 12 days ago, and you know that 12 days ago was the start of the Shanka trials.
Huh.
You think this has to do with that?
I
Seems
think
connected.
Better
It's,
than
it
average.
sounds connected. Yes.
Better
yes.
than average chance, probably.
Uh huh. Uh huh.
Given our luck, I'm pretty sure they're connected.
All right. Well, so what I'll tell you is that when I followed the ripples before, I traced them up to a tributary that feeds into the Iravati River, which we're on now. But the Tini Horna, um, and that there's a series of waterfalls on that river. And once I got that far, the riverine of the Tinihorna told me to stay away, accusing mortal folk like me of unleashing tainted magic upon the waters. And I was just following some weird river sparkles, and so I decided not to push my luck. But if you think that's related, I can take you as far as that.
Hmm. Yeah.
It seems worth investigating.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would seem to me that a tributary of the river, just from a kind of basic understanding of these things, seems possible that a tributary of the river would be able to slip past the river spirit itself to do something like this, especially if it's a slow river.
Uh,
Yeah.
I,
Or it could be somebody higher up the higher up the tributary.
well, so all
Yeah.
I can tell you, at least as far as riverines are concerned, is that I have never known riverines to interfere with one another. Um, Even when a tributary feeds into a larger river, it tends to only be present in the domain where it is distinct from
Mhm.
the larger. I've not known them to interfere with each other, but I also don't know what's happening here.
Right.
And he'll mark on the map. We lost David. Hopefully, he'll be back shortly. Um, but I will reveal on the map here if I can. Oh, right. GM there. He will mark on your map just so you can see it. Sort of that. There we go. Push that back. Um, there we go. He marks on your map that like this is the path, but he said, you know, going up the Iravati River and then turning off onto the Tintorna River, and then he also says, but the waterfalls where he was told not to go any further. Is that? Sorry, hang on. There we go. Is right there, and so that is as far up that river as he went.
Okay.
That's a place to start.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, so that's going to take us a little while to get there because we are going upstream. So I hope you're not I mean, obviously we're on our way, but I hope you're not looking for anything. Um, we're not flying as the bird flies.
Well,
Well,
the surrounding terrain we understand is even more inhospitable. So this is the fastest route we have.
Mhm.
and if
Indeed.
taking a turn on the oars would help, I'm glad to do it.
Uh, thanks. I'm good from that perspective, but I appreciate the offer. Um, so as you are leaving behind the city, I have another handout which is called Swamp Forests.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
wow.
Wow. This is reminding the player of his recent trip. If you notice in my background.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
So there's an
that's
weird coincidence.
Mhm. So yeah, so that is basically sort of the terrain that you are, venturing into. So these jungles, these forests are very dense and hard to travel through, especially because the whole area is swampy, and so that's why the rivers are the only really practical way of traveling. Even if it would be shorter to go over land, it's not faster. And so he tells you that it'll take about 10 hours to get up to the the fork, the river fork, where you will take the Tinchona River, and then to the waterfalls from there is another 10 hours. And
Wow.
he expects it to be, it's going to be pretty smooth sailing up until the tributary, because as you can see, the Iravati is slow and calm, but the Tinchorna is comparatively faster and more uneven. The falls themselves actually feed into the river. They are not the source of the river. So you could continue theoretically along that river past the falls, but like I said, that's where I was.
Oh, the
warned
falls
to
are
go
coming
back.
in like from the side rather
Yes.
than
Rather
continuing.
than being
Okay.
a cataract.
There is a
Got it.
pool up on a cliff, a ridge above the river, and that's where the waterfalls are. But the river continues along that ridge.
Okay.
Okay. Um, should we expect to make camp before entering into the tributary proper?
Well, I mean, you tell me what you want. You've paid me for my expertise, and I'll tell you um, what what we're likely to find. But it's up to you.
Um, well, 10 hours, even if we're trading off, that's quite a lot of traveling time, was what I was thinking. So if you guys, just putting that out there, that 10 hours is a long time.
Well, it's 10 hours to the tributary,
Yeah,
and then
and then
10 hours.
yeah,
Mhm.
so
Now,
somewhere we're gonna
I
be
don't
camping.
mind if you all try to get some sleep while we're going upriver. I mean, I do this all the time. I'm pretty adept, and as kind as your offer to take a shift is, I, I, I frankly don't trust any of you to do it. It's not a morality question, it
Nope.
is an expertise question.
Yep, that is absolutely fine. Just putting that out there. If we need to stop and camp for the night sometime because you're tired,
Hmm.
um, then
Yeah, I don't expect
that's
you
what
to,
we need.
to operate this boat for 20 hours straight.
Well, so I guess what I'm saying is when you want to rest, I'll rest.
All right.
Okay.
Well, given that we going for longer than 8 hours, it would start to degrade our performance. I say we take 8 hour travel days and get there in midday on the third day. And midday is a good day for that. Good time of day to arrive at a dangerous location.
Hmm. All right.
For the basic plan, anyways. We might get delayed.
Assuming that trouble does not find us on the way.
Mhm.
I like your plan.
Okay, so that will put your the first 8 hours will put you not quite at the river fork. Um,
Mhm.
as you travel, and as promised, the initial travel um, is mostly more or less uneventful as you travel up the Iravati River. Um, how do you spend your time?
Uh, Kenthan is staying on watch. He's keeping his eyes open. He does not trust that the quietness, the advertised calm of
Quietness.
the river is as permanent as anything else that's been going on.
Mm-hmm.
So,
How active does our guide is our guide in actual the navigation and movement of the boat?
Well, you're going upstream, so it requires more or less continuous, like rowing and pulling off of.
Oh, okay, okay. I was just okay, so he's not in a position to actually engage in conversation.
Well, I mean, he could talk, but he is busy and he's doing
Okay,
stuff.
yeah, because
Yeah.
Xenophon would have liked to pick his brain, but he's
Yeah,
not going to.
he's not
It's clear
idle.
that
Yeah, and I think what you realize pretty quickly too is that not only is it a matter of just his expertise in being able to get the boat to move just where he wants it to go, he's constantly having to like turn it and navigate it around little sandbars and places where the tree branches droop down into the water, and so he's having like he's
he
clearly very skilled at this in a way that would be very difficult for anyone else. And so
okay.
as a result, he's um, occupied, which isn't to say that he couldn't engage in small talk, but probably not a deep conversation.
Okay.
But Canthan, you're on watch. You wanna make a perception check?
Oh,
sure.
I will assist.
Okay, rolling with advantage. 22.
Okay. So you are, you know, watching out for signs of anything like ominous or superstition, like supernatural. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to combine supernatural and suspicious into superstitious, but that's really a
The
different thing. Um,
superstition.
so you are certainly, I think, aware of there being a lot of flora and fauna in these swampy forests. There's a lot of birds and other various animal noises. And so as you are trying to closely pay attention, there's a lot that's kind of competing for your attention without any of it necessarily being of concern. There are a couple of points where you see birds and snakes and um, rodents, large rodents of some kind, scuttling through the forests, but nothing that concerns you or seems to be of any particular threat.
Good, good.
All right. Yeah. So everyone else. So basically, this boat is, like I said, is there's not a lot of room to sort of like move around on. There's not a huge cargo hold or anything, but certainly you can pick a spot to kind of just sit down and occupy yourselves however you might.
Practice quietly practice rhymes and meter and
Mm-hmm.
couplets and watch the landscape, not in a watching for danger like Canthan and Axel are, but in more general, like take in what he's seeing so he can eventually craft the story and describe the green of the jungle and how the trees reach the water and
Mm-hmm.
the muddiness of the slow Irobati and get a sense of place and location for the eventual story.
Mm-hmm.
I
Alright.
think as far as Flounce goes, she's pretty much daydreaming her way up the river. Um, I think that there might be some areas near her home that might look like this, um, or at least are as heavily forested as this,
Mm-hmm.
and so it's just very familiar, and so she's just daydreaming and remembering and
Mm-hmm.
just watching the world go by for a little while.
Nice.
Okay.
How about Exel? Oh, just in time for the camera to turn off. So I think
Well,
we
he
can
was-
just hand wave that you know the time is uneventful. You occupy yourselves how you can, and the you come to a point. Oh, switching cameras. Are you back with us, Jason?
Yes, I
All
am.
right.
I think I have. I think there might be something wrong with my USB cord for that camera.
Oh.
I'll have to play with that later. But no, Exo would actually spend a lot of time watching the surroundings, but also watching the guy steering the ship, because like it seems like it's a lot of work for one person to do this, and that means he's probably strong and can handle himself in a fight,
Yeah.
which is why he can travel this river by himself.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to like try to make an insight check about him, or you're just observing that must be true?
Yeah, I'll make an insight check.
Okay.
13.
All right. I mean, it is true that he seems extremely capable in this regard, but you don't detect anything strange about it, like other than just the idea that clearly he's good at this and must do it a lot.
I will ask him, what dangers have you come across while doing your travels up and down the river?
Well, you know, there's all manners of dangers in some parts of the forests. As I mentioned, you know, this part tends to be relatively sedate, but, you know, there are, you know, there's of course the river spirits that you've heard about already, but there are other swamp spirits about. Sometimes there are living plant creatures. Um, Sometimes there's just, you know, some parts of the river, the current can get quite swift, and that can be dangerous, and sometimes weather can be a factor. But the you know those are probably the big categories.
No indigenous peoples that might have attacked you for crossing into their territory or anything?
No, I mean, basically, the people in Shankavumi live primarily just in and amongst the big cities. That is where it seems that the Riverines have felt the most comfortable having us having mortal creatures be.
Okay.
And so we are, you know, blessed to be in those places, and it is dangerous to be many of the other places. So there are not really a lot of places where you are going to encounter many other folks, but you know, there's some here and there, but I hope we will not run into any.
He's
I
like,
hope not either. Yeah.
yes, because I would hate to try to have a conflict on a boat. I'm not accustomed to such combat.
Mm. Well, I certainly hope that we will not be in combat either. So, in any case, you have your first sort of day of travel, and then he will find a spot that seems, you know, relatively safe to kind of anchor the boat, and you can all get a long rest.
All right.
Okay.
Let's not say no to those after some of our recent misadventures.
Mm.
Indeed.
All right.
I'm back,
Welcome
by
back.
the way.
Oh, yay, David's back. Good,
Yeah.
good.
Yay!
I was the ride rocky
No,
at all?
no.
No?
Nope,
Oh.
nope.
You're still in
No.
the calm, big, wide part of the river.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. I was just thinking like, maybe Dianok is river sick.
Okay.
Well, you wouldn't be so far, and I mean, I think with rivers, there's not really there's not like tide or surf or waves
No.
really.
Hmm.
Um,
Okay.
Yeah, and you're not really dealing with rapids or anything like that.
Okay.
All right, so I think I will go ahead and just hand wave us past the night because there's, not much going on in this part of the river. And we might imagine that you set watches, but nobody sees anything in particular.
Yeah.
But the next day of travel, after a couple of hours, you reach the point where the actually, let me just double check and make sure I'm saying that right, because there's some great pronunciation guides that come with this. Tinjorna, yeah, Tinjorna is the river, and sure enough, that river is comparatively is thinner and faster, and so the it is notably a different sort of vibe to it. This is not the big, wide, slow Mississippi anymore. This is more significantly wild in feel. So as you begin traveling up that path, you've been going up that way an hour or so, and someone roll a d10 for me, please.
I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
10.
Okay. All right. Well, on a 10, the first couple of hours go smoothly. Like, it's clear that Duga is having to work a little harder because the current is faster here. And there's more kind of navigating around curves and everything. But otherwise, nothing else much occurs. And so you are now, let's say you're like 5 hours into your 8-hour plan. And go ahead and someone make another D10.
I'll do it. A 4.
A 4. Okay. So, as you come around one particularly sharp curve in the river, you probably first are aware of Duca kind of pausing in his rhythm and going, "Oh," but soon enough you see what he sees, which is that the river is currently obstructed by an enormous mangrove tree that looks completely out of place, standing right in the middle of the river. And as you watch, two enormous branches come down and fold themselves like this, and you see a face in the bark, and it leans down to you and it says, "Greetings, mortals. You are blessed today to be the audience for my ode to the swamp."
Please proceed. I am most eager to hear your ode.
And I think as you start to say that, Duca's like, "Ah."
This is Xenophon, though.
But then, like, as you say that, there's a little bit of like, all right.
Xenophon's gonna Xenophon.
Just gonna lean back to Duke and go, "He's a bard."
Yeah. So, but what the
Professional
rest of you
respect.
know from Duca is that as you have agreed, and this mangrove treant just says, "Ah, yes, appreciators of poetry, wonderful. You are in for a treat, a treant treat." But as that's happening,
grunt bugly.
yeah, Duca, as you do that, lets the anchor down, and he basically like pulls up the oars, and he just kind of sits there.
Sorry, guys.
And
Not sorry.
And
Well, he gets a short rest out of it.
yeah, and it's pretty soon. It's so the treant is just like, "Dawn. Bugs crawl and chirp. Birds wake from their nests and look towards another day of life in the swamp." And just goes on and on and on. And so like half an hour in, and the mud in these regions is better than mud that might be found elsewhere, as it contains the precious nutrients drawn from the rotting and decaying material, all part of the balance of life
You getting all this,
in the
Xenophon?
swamp. And yeah, so, and then another 15 minutes in, and then the rain comes, and the water flies and falls from the sky, diffusing and dripping down all of the leaves, giving new life to the swamp. And so after about an hour in total, you get one more life in the swamp. And then he just stands there like that for a while.
Theonok will just kind of use prestidigitation, just have some, fireworks and, yeah. Just,
You have honored us.
Welcome.
Well, now we must
welcome.
depart.
And now you may pass. And he just slowly stomps out of the river and bows as you pass.
Axel,
Yeah.
Axel looks at our guide and says, "I'm assuming that has happened multiple times."
He's added a few verses since the last time.
just kind of looks at Xenophon.
So fun to play Bard.
I hope you took notes.
Well,
yeah.
Life in the swamp.
at least we didn't. We weren't seen as being disrespectful.
Yeah.
Exactly. Don't want to piss off the treants.
Let's get around.
Yeah. So you get another couple of hours in before you, the 8 hours would be up, assuming that's still the regular plan.
Yeah.
So let's get one more D10 roll.
I'll do it this time.
Whammies, no whammies.
Where is this?
No more treants. No more treants.
Well, just don't roll a 4 again, I guess.
One.
A
Okay.
1. Ooh.
So it starts to rain, and then it starts to rain. For you are the boat and its surroundings are heavily obscured because it is just downpour. It's loud because you're just surrounded by this rain, and the rain hitting the water all around you and hitting the boat, and it's occasionally you're having to bail it a little bit out of the boat, and it is just slowing you down quite a bit, and so we need another D10 roll as a result of you being slowed down.
Who hasn't done one yet? All right, and I'll do it.
All right.
7.
Okay, well, so you eventually decide that's enough for today. Let's go ahead and make camp. He's got some like tarps that he can put up over the boat itself. I guess as far as making camp here, he says, you all seem pretty hardy, so I'm not necessarily too worried. But I mean, there's not going to be a nice dry spot out on the land.
Actually, if we can find a big enough spot, I can set up a small shelter for all of us, if you don't mind being close in a bit.
I mean, it's not like we're going to have tons of room for personal space if we're all sleeping on the boat.
Yeah. So, if we can find a spot, DNR will cast Newman's tiny hut.
Yay.
Yeah. I think it actually does take you a while to find an area big enough.
Yeah.
But you eventually are able to sort of clear a space.
Yeah.
And it is fortunate that it has a floor to it, because I think you actually, you know, like you essentially have to, like, you're casting it sort of like on top of mud. Um,
Yeah.
so I think there's a matter of getting everybody into it while you cast it. It results in everybody being pretty like muddy shoes and boots
And
and pants as you're finally able to be in there, because there's a lot of rain outside still. But
and once it's up and everybody's in and where they won't get more muddy or wet or whatever, Dianoc will prestidigitate the
mm-hmm,
worst of it away.
yeah.
That's better.
Um,
Thank you, Dianoc.
Very
uh,
useful.
so I think you are able to get another long rest, and there's nothing particularly of note. You know, you're protected in the hut. Um, I think as you wake up, you discover that someone has used mud to paint a variety of little weird patterns on the outside of the hut.
So
Um,
since Dianoc just trances and doesn't need to sleep for the whole 8 hours,
mhm.
uh, is that something that would have happened while they
uh,
were trancing, or?
Presumably it would have, but you didn't notice it happening. It's not until the sun rises that you sort of see it.
Huh,
Because whatever it was happened silently, and it was essentially just like, like
okay.
you're in pitch black. The only light you have is the light in there, and it's really only when you see light coming through from outside that it silhouettes these patterns.
Well, Dianoc will
Oh,
absolutely, write, draw or write the patterns down just because that's interesting.
Uh, make an intelligence check.
Sure. Intelligence. Oh, only 6.
Okay. You are carefully writing down all of these really uh, strange, like unfamiliar symbols, um, and you're working really hard at it because you don't recognize them. So you're having to just kind of try to entirely replicate these strange erratic shapes on there, and after, like, Duca doesn't realize that that's what you're doing for a while, but then we'll kind of lean over and just say, swamp spirits like to finger paint.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't want to tell you not to do that, but I don't think you're gonna get much out of it.
Huh.
aw.
Well, it's definitely interesting.
That is awesome.
So as you get back underway for for the next bit, you have about 6 hours into your travel towards the falls, so you have another 4 hours before you would expect to arrive there.
Okay,
So someone go ahead and roll another d10.
my turn.
Hmm?
8.
Okay, so that phase is uneventful,
Yay.
and
We like uneventful.
yeah, and so you make it to the falls clearing, and so he lets you know that when you're getting close. But then, as you a gradually increasing roar drowns out the rainforest sounds long before the river turns, revealing a series of parallel waterfalls cascading from a ridge that runs alongside the river. A chain of sparsely forested islands lies along the far side of the river opposite the base of the falls. And he says, "So this is where I had followed that green current at the time, but it was when I met the riverine Tinjorna here that, um, you know, This is where I was told not to go any further. So, here, and he moors the boat like around like the islands there, opposite the falls, and he says, "So, this is just to keep kind of the boat out of the way while you call upon the riverine." Because I assume you're gonna ask for permission or if it knows something, but just keep the boat out of the way in case it's like
Mm-hmm.
mad
Yep,
or
yep, yep,
something.
yep.
So, yeah,
Make sure we have a way back if nothing
Yeah.
else.
yeah.
There's nothing else.
So, he's also kind of like looking around a lot. He does seem a little jumpy. So, uh, Canthan, I know you have a passive perception, a high passive perception. Who else has 14 or better?
Uh,
Let's see.
no, yeah,
No.
passive
I do.
perception 16.
Okay.
I do. Yep. 16
Okay.
as well.
So I think as Duca is tying up the boat, a few of you glancing around, um, you see that this, it should be noted, this island is not like a little 5 foot sandbar. This is, it's an island big enough to have its own trees on it, right? This is a river that kind of spreads around lots of things, becomes like lots of little forks, but then rejoins itself essentially, right? But you notice that at one of this notable island, you spot kind of hidden in and amongst the foliage several pairs of green feline eyes watching you. And then as you are, just kind of as you are noticing them, that, and I think as you kind of notice the eyes and can't help but make eye contact,
Mhm.
three humanoid figures emerge, except that they have tiger features. These are were tigers,
Oh boy.
and three of them emerge with longbows drawn. I'm giving you a handout of were tigers.
Boy.
And we are going to go ahead and um, roll initiative.
Oh boy.
Okay.
I'm
Yeah,
not
all right.
making a map for us at this time, but,
Okay, but we will need a
we need
tracker.
Tokens.
Yeah.
Track.
Well, I mean, okay.
Dun,
I
dun,
think
dun,
you
dun, 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 dun.
you know what? Don't worry about it. Just give me do initiative. Do you need it? You don't need a token. You don't need it.
Wow, I rolled a 20.
Yeah. All right.
Dirty 20.
Okay.
Hey, 22.
9 for the distracted bard.
All right.
Wow, they're quite distracting.
Okay. So, Exel. So, what was yours, Dina?
22.
Okay. So Exel,
Wow.
Exel is first. These were tigers have emerged. They've got longbows drawn. They are kind of they're spread out, so they're not all like right clumped together, but they're all have emerged, and you are able to act first.
So they got the drop on us and didn't shoot.
Well, they didn't fire from hiding.
Right.
They did emerge, yeah.
Exel kind of just kind of speaks up and says, "We mean you no harm. We are just seeking passage to look for someone who was taken."
Okay.
And he kind of holds his hands up in a non-aggressive manner.
Okay. Go ahead and roll persuasion.
Come on.
Ducks, no whammies.
17.
Okay. So we'll need to wait for their turn to see kind of how that plays out. But in the meantime, we've also got Dianok and Canthan, and so Dianok, I guess, is next in initiative order. Are you?
You said there's 4 of them?
There's 3.
3?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to hold a spell. Hold person, cast at fourth level in case they make any aggressive movements.
Okay, do recall that if you choose to hold
If
it and then don't need it, you still lose the spell slot.
yes,
Okay.
I understand that.
All right. So I think that the fact that you're apparently casting a spell is going to be played into their reaction here.
Okay.
But how about you, Canton?
Um. Uh. I'm going to yeah yeah I'm going to back up I'm actually going to leave my weapon uh slung, just hold up my hands and say, uh, let's talk before we start shooting arrows.
Okay. You can go ahead and make a persuasion check as well.
Okay. 13.
Okay. And then Flounce, you have a turn as well before they go.
I'm also gonna raise my hands. I'm not going to speak, but I want to keep an eye on the river behind us. I'm gonna let my party members take care of the were tigers unless I need to do something, but I'm gonna keep an eye on the river.
Okay. Well, so the were tigers on their turn definitely look like they've listened to what Excellent Canthan said, and but they actually all kind of have now got their arrows pointed at Deonak and is saying, "Tell him to drop the spell."
Enoch will take the one, just kind of put it away.
Okay. As you do that, they relax the bows and uh, they look around at all of you suspiciously, and then one of them just does kind of that little sort of nod to Duca, who is looking a little bit sheepish behind you, um, and they say, "Why did you bring them here, Duca?" And at that point, everyone looking to him, I imagine.
Yes.
And
Yes!
he's kind of like,
Yeah, totally not
okay,
surprised.
so
Oh gosh,
I'm a
complicated.
little frustrated that events have randomly conspired to make it seem like I was up to something when all that has happened here is that you hired me to take you to a place, and I did. And while there, I ran into some people I know.
and and
Oh.
and Exel goes, I did ask you if there was hostiles along the river. You didn't say
What I
anything.
said is that I hoped we would not run into any of them.
He did
I
lie.
think no, I think it's fair. I think it's totally fair.
And Exel just goes, I'm just saying, armed were tigers might have just been something to warn us about.
But
So, okay, here. All right, look. In the spirit of transparency, he kind of tenses his shoulders a bit, and then fur starts to grow out of his face.
Oh.
Oh.
Ding, ding, ding.
Huh.
Yeah,
And Exel goes,
Interesting.
I did
that-
say, I think that I know the area.
and Exel just goes, so that's how you can manage this boat by yourself.
Mhm.
Well, I mean, other people managed boats. There was a one-person boat. I mean, it's
yeah,
I mean, yeah, okay, I'm strong. Yeah, okay, sure. I'm just, but like I feel like I don't want you to draw the wrong conclusion here or like make a stereotype or something because like other people can also do this without lycanthropy. It's the okay. That's beside the point.
Okay. We didn't mean to
So
ruffle your
all
fur.
of you, just give me a second to talk to these guys, okay?
Okay.
All right. And
Okay.
so he actually starts to go over and he's like giving you the look of like, just stay back. Let me just talk to them for a second. He kind of goes up to the other were tigers and starts talking to them, and they look annoyed, and he looks placating. They're talking under their breath.
Yeah. Geonarch's gonna basically turn to the river and just kind of crouch down and look at it, think, just kind of study it. Let the were tigers do what they do.
Can do I recognize what they're speaking in?
I mean, they are speaking, I believe, in the local Shankavumi language.
Mhm.
But so in any case, though, the conversation doesn't go on that long. And he basically turns and gestures all of you over. The other were tigers have not stopped looking annoyed, but now they are not looking like hostile. They're looking like fine. You know, that sort of like impatient and annoyed, but not like violent at all. So he gestures, beckons you over, and he says, "So let me just, like I said, be completely clear. I did not expect to run into them. This is not where I would normally expect them to be. And so I didn't warn you because I didn't expect them to be here. And I explained to them already that you have been specifically sent here to try to find out what's going on with the disturbance in the river. They were mad because they think the city of Shagapur caused it and therefore assumed that you were some sort of an infiltration unit or something. So I've explained that that's not the deal, that you're here to look into it, and that you're basically like they're gonna let you try to talk to the Tinjorna Riverine, and if you're gonna try to investigate, then you can do that, but like don't linger because this is their territory.
Have the people of Singapore do they have open conflict with their people, or is it more of a tense border surveillance?
I mean, it's not even that. It's just that, like, you know, where tigers were secretive, right? I mean, we mind our own business. We live in a place that they don't like to live generally, and we like it that way. When I say we, the group, the community, like I honestly find it a little stifling. I like the bigger city, and so that's why I stay in my human form and I just run a boat up and down the river.
Exel kind of tilts his head a little and is like, after this is over, I wouldn't mind asking you a few questions if you don't mind. I experienced something similar to a transformation, as it were.
Okay.
And learning about it, or at least what you experienced, might help me in understanding my own condition.
Okay, just to be clear, because this has come up before, we do not transfer the curse to people.
Oh no, that's not what I was insinuating. Well,
Okay. I feel like it has to be said because frankly we get asked the question a lot for both reasons, basically people afraid that we're going to do it, and also people who want us to do it. We don't do it under either condition. I mean, we're not like, I mean, I know there's other lycanthropes out there that are different, but that's not our deal. But if you want to talk, sure. But okay, so but yeah, they said that the Tinjorna Riverine hasn't been showing themselves to the people down here very often, but he hangs out in the pool up on the top of the ridge.
Let's go up to the ridge.
Indeed.
All right. So you know, these guys, the other weretigers, they're not gonna like stick around, but like as they have requested that you attend to your business and then leave.
I imagine if we are here when they return, then we will have problems.
Well, let's not
What?
even make it
No.
about that.
Yeah,
Let's
let's
make it
let's
attend
not
to your
even let's
business
not
and
even get
then
there.
leave.
So we just clamp my hand
Yes.
over his mouth.
Let us go.
So in any case, he does change back to his human form, and so there is a path that is it's kind of winding with a lot of switchbacks, but at least there is a path that leads up to the top of the ridge without having to like wade through the river, and there is that will take like half an hour to go that way, or you can try to just climb the slippery 20-foot tall rock face if you would prefer to.
This is not
I'm
Xenophon's
gonna go with the path.
Okay. All right. So as everybody makes their way through the forest path, you reach the top of the waterfalls, and the adjacent waterfalls are fed by a broad, shallow pool surrounded by ancient mangrove trees. 20 feet away, a young man with green skin walks atop the water, speaking softly while slowly circling two churning pillars of glowing green foam. And I have another handout to give you. This is a handout of Tinjorna.
My handsome devil.
Handsome Rivery. And so basically, as mentioned, the walking atop the water, speaking softly while slowly circling two churning pillars of glowing green foam.
Okay. I will move to a point on the path which is closest to the perimeter of his orbit. Wait till he comes close to the thing and call out a greeting. Great
Well,
Tinjorna.
So here's the question. Okay. Are you sneaking up or are you just approaching calmly?
Approaching calmly. No sneaking needed.
Okay.
I can talk my way
You're
out
not-
of problems.
So the alternative here would be to watch for a while to see observe, but you've just gone ahead and walked right out. Which is fine.
Yes.
I'm just saying. Okay, so
the bard's going
that's
straight
right.
up for it.
So you approach carefully, and you let's see. There is a look, glance over to you. That is a little hard to read. You can make an insight check if you like.
Yeah, I'll give it a shot. I'm not that great at insight. I'm not the wisest
But
bard
yeah, they
ever.
give you the kind of a slightly inscrutable look and hold up a hand. Like, yeah, and so you don't know exactly what their emotion is, but they basically gesture at you to stay away.
Well, okay then.
I don't think if unless everybody else walked up with Xenophon, I don't think the rest of you are close enough to really make a insight there.
All right. Okay. If I'm getting the vibe to stay away, then I will stop all motion.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So there is after a moment, there is a little bit of a like glance back at these columns of frothing water, and then look at you, and the look is like go away. Don't just not come closer. Like go away.
Well, we can't do that.
Like the gesture clearly wasn't just stop where you are. It was Go away.
I am sorry, Great Riverine, but we would feign to speak with you on a matter of great importance.
Okay. Go ahead and make a persuasion check.
Okay. That is a 34.
Okay, well, with a natural 20, um, I think that as so you speak out in your resounding sort of poet's voice, right?
Yep.
Um, and as you are doing so, I think everybody sees that as you are speaking, these two sort of churning columns of foam actually start to settle, like, and stop churning so violently, like as if in direct response to your speaking. And the look that you're getting now is still a little bit inscrutable, but more of it is like, how are you doing that? Um, and as it is looking at them calm while you're speaking, it now gives you the keep going.
Yep. We are here to seek permission to travel up your Great River past here in search of someone who has been taken by some of a force that we do not know. We seek to travel to the ruins of insert city name here that I cannot remember.
Manivarsha.
Russia, yeah. And we were told that to pass further up the river, the clearing would require the grace and the permission of you, August One. So we are here to obtain that permission.
So as you are speaking, what are the rest of you doing at this point? Are you just still kind of watching from a
We're
distance?
sitting
or-
on Dianuk so that he is not saying anything.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
All right. So in any case,
You don't need to sit on DNI, but just like Kantan with the nose to or with the finger to their lips constantly will suffice.
you can make an Arcana check while you're watching DNI.
Yeah, sure. That sounds like fun.
Mhm.
Skills. 19.
Okay. You recognize that those frothing pillars you think are extremely agitated water elementals. But as Xenophon is speaking, though, for whatever reason, just the sound of his voice is doing the trick, and it is calming them. And gradually, as the Riverine encourages you to just keep talking. It doesn't seem like it's even interested in what you're saying so much as just keep
Just keep up the rhyme in the meter. Got it.
And gradually, as it moves around, speaking to them in primordial, gradually they stop churning so much, and each of them sort of soothes back down into a more standard water elemental shape, and then goes back into the water. And then as that happens, the Riverine comes up and just says, "You have a soothing voice."
Thank you. You honor me with your words.
I have to confess, I was distracted. What did you want?
We seek permission to travel up your river to seek someone who has been taken by another riverine spirit.
Who is we?
My companions and I, the Order of the Golden Prawn, we have been sent by the city of Sagrapur to seek someone who has been stolen and taken during a recent flood.
You wish to go further up my river?
We do.
There is little in that direction except for the Forest of Hands And it is haunted. It is dangerous for mortals to travel there.
If that is where the ruins we seek are, then that's where we must go. It's danger or not. We have been charged with rescuing someone who has been stolen, and we help the innocent and maltreated and solve problems, and this is what we do. This is our duty. This is our cause to solve these sorts of problems. And so if you give us leave, we
I
shall.
have felt an ancient power affecting my river, as though something were moving through the water. And I have felt it in the southwest, up in my upstream. It is the Forest of Hands, as I mentioned, haunted, and it is much of the same land as the vanished Adirot River and the lost mortal city. This magic has angered many of my inhabitants,
The water elementals here, for example. Yes, I see.
as an example. I have had my hands full trying to calm them.
Then perhaps if we can solve this problem, we would be aiding you in that cause.
If you can solve the mystery of this ancient magic, I would be grateful. But I warn you, the Forest of Hands is not. It is a bad place.
That's why I stick with these folks. These folks are strong and powerful. I just talk.
Well, if you ever want to talk some more to my water elementals, they seem to like it.
Mhm.
Perhaps on our way back. I would be honored to give the gift of my speech to your charges.
He reaches his hand up to his chest, and though his chest is just like the surface of water, he just puts his hand inside, just with no resistance, just like putting your hand into water. And he grabs something there and pulls out what looks like a little ball made of moss. He says, he holds it out, and he says, if you or one of your fellow mortals is to be harmed, this will help some. Tell them to chew it, and it will heal.
Thank you.
And he nods to the rest of you. You have my leave to proceed, and may you find what you are looking for and be safe from the perils. And then he slowly lowers down into the water. This ball of moss, I am going to not tell you specifically what it is, but someone will hold it and tell me if you have anybody decide to chew on it.
Again,
Right.
I think that
Identify how many-
the bard should hold on.
The bard
any
is
use
collecting
for this?
things today.
Yep. The bard collects all the things.
The squishy bard can talk but can't do much else.
Well,
Well, you also have the best healing spells in the
Yeah.
group, so we're keeping.
That's
it
also
alive.
Yeah.
true.
Yeah.
all right.
But would identify have anything?
Yeah, if you want to cast Identify on it, you can.
Yeah, I would,
All right.
because
That makes sense. All right. Well, so that you believe with the, you doing it as a ritual or?
yeah, that's
Okay.
a ritual.
Well, so presumably you do that once everyone goes back down to the.
Yeah,
boat
we're not
again.
going to do it
Oh,
here
yeah.
at the
Oh, yeah.
pools.
You discover that it is effectively will act as a potion of healing superior,
Nice.
Ooh.
Okay.
which is the, I believe that is the 8d4 plus 8. Is that one?
Yeah.
So as we're going along, the anarch is doing their ritual, and taps it with their wand. It's like, eyes go wide. It's like, this is a powerful item. Whoever chooses this, well, know it is a great cost. If you, so not to be wasted.
Okay. So noted.
It's a big. It's a big healing.
Hmm.
We'll use
So-
it carefully.
As you return, Duca, I think was present for that conversation, and so he says, so I know the original deal was to just bring you, like, here, because I mean that's what I said anyway. But I feel a sense of obligation at this point. Both because I would like to see this magic stopped, but also because my fellow were-tigers told me I had to escort you. So,
Okay.
so I'm along for the ride is the point. But if we're going all the way to the Forest of Hands, I mean that's going to be another 10 hours on the river. So,
It beats walking
yeah.
or swimming.
It's also a place where, like, I know the edges of it, but it's a place we don't usually hang around, and it's because it's like the river said, it's haunted. Anyway, so let's be on our way then, shall we?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's.
Mm-hmm.
Sooner we go, the sooner we get out.
Yep. All right. So go ahead and make another D10 roll.
I think I'm the only one who hasn't done it yet.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
it's not just about taking turns. It's about just someone doing it. But all right.
Got
Well,
another 7.
I'm gonna rule that because a 7 has already been rolled, that roll again, even though 7 through 10
Okay.
is basically
How about a 3?
a 3. There you go. So at this point, you do get to a place where the current along this stretch of the river is much faster. And Duca says, yeah, this, as previously mentioned, I'm really good with this boat. I'm pretty strong. But this is a little, like, if we're just going to start slow into a crawl if you don't get a little help. I've got some extra oars if anyone wants to jump in and help out.
Yeah,
Yep.
I'll help.
I'll help.
Okay. So everyone who is going to help, please make an athletics check.
24.
Okay.
Better than mine. I only got a 13.
I
Is
I'm not
anyone
sure
not
if I-
helping?
Axel isn't because he's not very good at such athletic
All right.
things.
Neither is the bard, but the
Yeah.
bard will try. The
and
bard
we'll try and give a hand.
Okay.
bard will try. This is not his deal though.
Or
Oh, the bard got a 14.
All right.
Yeah.
I guess Dianoc will try as well because
I mean, one of that is from the Stone of Good Luck. so,
14. Wow.
Yeah. All right. So, you, the rule here is the boat loses a half hour of progress for every failed check or character who doesn't help. There were no failed checks because you're only looking for a 10, but you lose half an hour of just being slow for a while, thanks to Exel not helping.
Listen, I just worry about what would have happened if I rolled low because I have a negative when it comes
Sure.
to that.
I have a 0. I have a -1. Normally it's a 0 thanks to the stone. So yeah.
Okay. So basically
Wait.
what that means is that in the 4 hours that were left in this 8-hour day, assuming that's still the plan, you have made essentially 3.5 hours of progress into the 10.
Yeah.
All right. So if you are you're gonna make try to make camp again.
Mhm.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I think we're doing that again.
Okay. Someone go ahead and roll a d10 for the
I will.
for while you're camping.
I got a 10.
We've had a 10 already.
Okay. An 8.
I think we, you know what? I think we did have an 8, but that's all right. We'll just,
Okay. Okay.
okay. After 3 rolls of just repeated numbers, I think we'll. You know, so it is an uneventful night, and you know, I will say though that the jungle is feeling more and more wild. You know, as you go, like even when before it was very much a place of like, you know, this is, you know, the trees and the flora and the fauna are in charge here, not, you know, civilization. But as you get further and further in, it just starts feeling like weirder and stranger. Like you are just, maybe it's even just a sense of being further and further away from any other kind of civilization. So like even if you wanted to go back, you're just further and further away. Every hour you go upriver is that much further away from any sort of other help that you might find. But you're making progress. So as you get underway in the morning, someone go ahead and roll another d10.
I'll do it. 2.
Okay. Where's my... Okay. It's raining again. And once
Yay.
again, the making Joseph Conrad jokes in the chat.
Sorry.
That's all right. I don't hate it. All right. So the but while it is raining so hard, though, once again, you are less able to kind of see what's coming up around you. So do make another roll.
Anybody? Okay, I'll do it again.
Okay, well, so David just rolled a second time, but he got a 2 again, so we're going to ignore that one.
1.
Ignore the okay. Well, the 6
Yeah.
is what we're doing.
6. 6. Okay,
yeah.
6 or 6.
All right. So as you are making your way through the river, and the rain is just pouring down around you, and it's really churning up the water, making it like extra sort of muddy and silty around you. All of a sudden, bubbling up from around the sides of the boat, crawling up the sides of the boat and peering over the railing, you see 6 little like mud spirits, little swamp, like little vaguely humanoid shapes, but only about maybe a foot tall, made of like mud and swamp moss, sort of crawl over the side of the boat and look at you with sort of menacing tiny expressions and say, "All right, mortals, this is a robbery. Hand over your shiniest valuables."
What will you do if we don't?
Make an intimidation check.
No.
So, why do you think that your intimidation goes so poorly there, Canthan?
Because I mean, Kenthan isn't actually trying to intimidate. He's just like, "What have you got?"
Well, so in any case, I think they all sort of perch up on the railing now, and then they're holding their hands up like, "All right, hand them over."
I'm
Danak will.
gonna grab one and throw him in the river.
All right, well, we're rolling initiative then, I guess.
Okay. Okay. I was gonna try a prestidigitate shiny form, but
Oh, only rolled a 7 this time.
Okay. All right. Have to make a little. You know what?
I cannot roll initiative to save my life.
Um. You know what? I'm not going to make a map for us. I think that's a waste of time. So I think go ahead then to start with and make a like a
Grapple check?
grapple check. Yeah.
Okay. That's an athletics roll. So
Mhm.
only rolled a 10. Oh my god.
Okay. Well, let's. I mean, they roll to compete it with it. So yeah. So I think you go to grab one, and you feel like you sort of grab it, but then it sort of just easily slips away, and you realize you've just got like a handful of like really foul smelling mud in your hand now, and it just says, "Ha ha ha ha! You can't grab us. We're here to grab your shinies." So
All right. Well, we're going initiative order, I guess.
well, I mean, yeah. So did
I got a 6.
Okay, so Exel, you're next.
Excel's first.
Um, um, no, I've got, you know what? It's fine. Exel's going to,
You can look at the handout for Mud Method if you like.
Effets again. Oh, fun.
Oh my! But it's cute.
It's a messy.
It's messy, but it's cute.
It's cute. So kill it.
So,
Cute, so it's kill it. Wow.
But it's not fuzzy.
No, it is not fuzzy.
Exel is going to bonus action dread form and then look at them and go, "Get off my boat." And as he says that, he's going to flare his devil's sight. So his eyes flash green and
All
purple.
right. Make an intimidation check with advantage.
That's a nat 20.
Wow.
They all screech, "Ah!" and then jump off the side of the boat. And,
Well done, Axel.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need a kind word, and sometimes you need to get not so kind.
He kind of sighs and goes, I wonder if their attitude is influenced by what's been going on with this magic, or what's changed. Because you would have thought they would have not wanted to attack a boat full of well-armed individuals.
Well, I mean, we don't.
They
send
may
a lot of-
not be the brightest creatures.
Yeah, we
that,
don't send a lot of boats this far in usually. I mean, so they might not see them very often. But yeah, they did seem a little angsty. Like I know they like shiny things, and he kind of reveals that he's got like a little drawer that has a bunch of like polished copper pieces, and it's like I usually just toss a handful of them of these, but like this was a little more aggressive than I've seen them before.
Hmm.
Deanok just, prestidigitates a large, like platinum looking coin in their hand and holds it up, says, I was gonna give him something like this.
Well,
Maybe
can you
make him-
actually hand that to them? The answer is no, not with prestidigitation.
Oh,
You can make
Okay.
it look like it's in your hand. You cannot actually give it to
you
someone.
create a non-magical trinket or an illusion. Okay.
Yeah, it's there are other spells that can actually conjure a thing that you could hand to somebody, but
Okay. Well, never mind then.
um,
Good thing I didn't get a chance to try.
but yeah, so you continue along, and let's see. I think if we're getting close to having used up all of our
Counters,
so you know what? I think I will just go ahead instead of having you roll, because you have enough time that you would need to do another roll. The only item left that hasn't been chosen is going to happen now. So you've made your way in a couple more hours, and all of a sudden you kind of all uh, feel a little bit of a shiver, and you see that alongside the boat, you see sort of the ripple of a swimming snake, but this is not an ordinary snake. This is this is a large snake, and as it goes swims up past your boat, and then emerges its head above, you see an enormous, like cobra-like hood, but also a strangely humanoid face. And I want to show you can see the handout of a spirit naga. And as that emerges, Ducat it looks to all of you and just says, "Okay, no sudden moves."
Okay.
And as Ducat says that, this snake kind of smiles at him and says, "Very wise. You have all chosen well in having a guide with expertise. Tell me, who are you and why are you on this river going in this direction?"
Um, Great Naga, we are the Order of the Golden Prawn. We rescue people, we solve problems, we speak and fight as necessary to bring justice, rightness, and goodness wherever we go. We head up the river for a
Sorry, no, I know I asked. Please go ahead. I'm just.
I'm just getting started, Great Naga.
Yes,
Yeah.
I just. It's been a while since I've encountered
bard?
altruistic adventurers.
Oh well,
And,
we are remunerated for our efforts, and we
Uh-huh.
do not.
Well,
We are not of so
let's
selfless
put
that
a
we do not take.
pin in that for the moment. And you were telling me why you are heading up this river.
We are going to the forest of hands for a, a person from Singapore has been taken there by some malevolent, possibly riverine spirit, and we are seeking to free her from captivity and to discover the reason why the spirit ravaged the aforementioned city.
You think the riverine ravaged the city?
We we don't have enough information to know who is the proximal cause of this of the devastation that we were caught up in ourselves.
Very well. Thank you for your cooperation in answering my questions. All of you are clearly capable, and I am in no mood to cause hostility. But you mentioned remuneration, and so I wonder if you might be interested in a bargain.
Continue, please.
I have a magical treasure that I would be willing to offer to any of you who is brave enough, daring enough to let me bite them 3 times.
To bite them 3 times. Is anyone immune to poison around here? No. I am not.
Theodoc has a look on their face.
I can raise dead. I will point
Yeah.
out. I will point out. I can raise dead, but I can't
Do you
raise
have
dead
diamond
myself.
bonus.
materials
I think-
sufficient to do that spell?
What's that?
Do you have the
Oh.
diamond materials?
Oh no, I don't. No, I don't.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
crap. You're right. You're absolutely right.
I will trust in my friends enough. I will stand forth, and I I will take that. I will take that challenge.
Wonderful. As a sign of good faith, it sort of dips back into the water a little bit, and its tail emerges wrapped around something small, and there is sort of a stump just off to the riverbank, and it sort of stretches its tail over there and places what looks like a glowing pearl,
Hmm.
and says, "There it is, once our deal is concluded. Are you ready?"
As ready as I'll ever be.
Christiana, we need a ban in the stream chat.
A what?
A ban. We need a
Oh,
ban in the
okay.
stream chat.
Okay. Here, let me.
I don't have the permissions for that.
Oh, right. Okay.
I just did it.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, yeah. Thanks. I haven't been watching that, but yeah. So,
Axel will, before it begins, Axel will say, between each bite, may we administer first aid?
not until the bargain is complete.
Oh boy.
So, do we have a deal?
Yes.
So, I'm not going to be rolling to hit because you are, allowing them to do it. But I will be rolling the damage, and you will be rolling your own Constitution saving throw for
Okay.
the poison. So the first is going to be 7 piercing and make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay, let me do the damage for the piercing damage first. Ooh, that's a 10.
Okay, so that is a failure. So in addition to the 7 piercing, you're going to take 21 poison damage.
Woof.
Okay.
Oof.
Ooh.
Okay.
And then I think just as you are, so like you feel the bite and the pain of the fangs, and then feel the poison going in, and just as you're starting hit with this wave of like, oh, the poison, there's a grin, and then second bite.
Okay.
That's going to be 10 piercing and another Constitution saving throw.
That one's better, 17.
Okay, so that's a successful save, which means you take half damage, which in this case is 22 poison damage.
Oh my lord.
Oh,
Oh
Like,
dear. Oh dear.
half
Oh dear.
is
That
22.
is halved.
Oh dear
Oh.
lord.
Good. So
It
the
would
Good
first
have
thing
one,
been
you're not
44.
doing.
so the first one was low then. Good God.
Okay.
All right.
Good thing DNR didn't do this.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
one more.
Uh-huh.
9 piercing damage and another Constitution save.
Okay. Come on, roll high. Oh, 10. That's another
Okay.
that's another fail.
All right, so
Oh,
that is
no.
another 34 poison damage.
Okay, I am down, but I am not dead.
So, as this last wave of poison hits you, and Flounce's eyes roll back in her head, and she sort of slumps to the ground, the wounds dripping greenish black ichor out of them, the spirit Naga says, "A deal's a deal," and the with the tail grabs the little pearl and places it down on Flounce's unconscious hand and says, "Good luck on your journey, adventurers," and then disappears back under the water.
Oh boy. I will rush over to Flounce and cast Cure Wounds at level 4 on Flounce. And get 23 hit points back.
Okay.
And I will do the same. I will just cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level. And take
Wow.
another 17.
Well, you got
Thank
much better
you.
roll than I did. Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow.
I'm not quite at half, but I'm definitely still kicking.
Wow.
I think that so for your potential veto, Lee, but I think you find that you have scars from those bites.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like you have fur, so they're not like super obvious, but there's definitely like little spots where the fur doesn't grow back right on where those puncture wounds were.
Yeah. And I think right around that they grow in the opposite direction.
So it just makes little whorls in the fur.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me make a note of that.
Hmm. uh,
Jeez.
so
Yeah.
Ducat is kind of looking a little wary and just saying, "So yeah, I hope that pearl thing's worth it because that did not seem fun to me."
Yeah, I will confirm that that was definitely not fun. I wouldn't
And
I wouldn't recommend it in the future.
I think
I will see if that pearl thing is worth it.
Hmm. Yes, as you are, you perform the identify ritual. This is a pearl of power.
I was thinking it was going to
Wow.
be that.
Hmm.
Ah, huh.
what is a pearl of power?
It is basically you can use it once per day to recover an expended spell slot.
And is it any spell slot or up to a third level?
It is up to third level.
Ah,
Ooh.
huh. So,
Although technically, what you can do, for example, is if you have a fourth level expended slot, you can use it to get an additional third level, even if you had like all your regular third level spell slots.
okay.
Oh wow. Okay.
Although why you would do that is not clear. Like mechanically, it is not an obvious benefit for that. Because if you still have them, you might as well just not use the pearl yet.
Yeah. So this is something that I, myself, Xenophon, or possibly
Axel?
Axel could use. It would allow us to restore some of our magical potency.
Warlocks already have that
Right.
low number of spell slots issue.
Yeah.
But up to you guys.
Yeah.
Hmm.
DNF would like it, but they are going to, offer it.
Yeah, I think I will give it to Dianok just because
Okay.
we've been loading Xenophon down with
Yeah, I don't need another
special
magical
with
item.
with items. He'll have a pack that does not actually like fit on his back. He'll be trudging along. It's like, can you carry this for me, please?
I'm not very strong.
Yeah.
Hi!
Yeah, so I'll give it to Dianok.
Okay. It does require attunement, but you are certainly able to do that as you as you go along. And so your Ducat says like, so we're getting close to the area that we start the outskirts of the Forest of Hands. I don't know if you want to. I mean, like, I think increasingly it's not going to be necessarily that safe to try to make camp, but obviously, I don't know what you guys need. So you tell me what you want to do.
Want to make camp here and then start in the morning?
I'm certainly for that particular
Given
idea.
what France has gone through, I think that might be a wise course of action.
Yeah.
I do feel that we are lucky that the poison did not halt healing or anything like that.
Yeah.
I don't.
I need to get myself a diamond.
Yeah, I don't think anyone other than Flounce could have withstood those. Maybe Can did.
Well, because the real bad news is if you were to go down before all the bites are done.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, exactly. So
Then you can't roll a Constitution save, and that would be 70.
Well, so no, so the bite is one thing, so you wouldn't it would count as a failed save for the bite, failed death save, but like you know, you're not you know, but yeah, you do potentially. Yeah. In any case,
If you
it's
go down in the first bite, then you're in trouble.
so in any case, though, so if we are, yeah, if you're making another,
For the camp, yeah.
making a
Yeah.
camp,
Yeah.
yeah.
Indeed.
All right. So, uh, it is increasingly a dangerous place here. So, tell me what precautions you're taking.
I think
Well,
we're definitely
definitely
gonna
the
keep
hut.
Definitely the hut.
the hut.
Watches.
Yeah.
Okay.
We have 3 people with good perception, so why don't we spread those out?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that we should have Flounce on the last watch of the day.
Yeah.
And
the
Dianok
night.
is absolutely going to take a 4-hour watch because they can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I'll take the first watch.
Okay.
I'll take the mid.
What are you making the hut look like?
As uninteresting as possible. Like have it, you know,
Mud
maybe
brown.
look like a just, you know, a lump of dirt.
Mm. Well, I don't think you can make it like illusion.
Well, I mean, like,
it just, you can like you
you
can
know,
make it brown.
If it can be positioned in such a way where it's like, you know,
Well, what you can actually do once you have cast it is you can like put stuff on the outside of it. You know,
Yeah,
leaving just
yeah.
enough of a gap.
we'll
for
have
you
it
to
be
go
like
through.
dirt colored and then
Camouflage.
pile stuff
Mm-hmm.
around it.
All right.
Yeah, I'm sure I could probably use some survival to disguise
Yeah,
our.
like if you
our
want to
weapon.
roll survival, and if someone's helping you, you can do survival with advantage to try to camouflage the hut when it's up.
Yeah. Well, no.
I have to
I'll
stay in
help
the
out
hut,
and work
so-
out the kinks.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. That's a
Okay.
24.
Yeah, I think you do a pretty good job of like you think that if someone were to like walk right up to it, you could probably figure out that there's something like something's causing sort of an irregular mound shape that wouldn't likely normally be in this spot, but that certainly from any distance away, it's you know indistinguishable.
Mhm.
So someone would have to kind of get to you through some other means or accident and basically have to be just right on top of you before they'd be able to tell that there's anything unusual at all. So well done.
All right.
So I think I'm actually on that basis. I'm going to just go ahead and let you let's just move ahead and you can get your long rest.
Flounce says, "Yay!"
Flounce is very yay. Very yay for Flounce.
Ounce is happy with that.
All right. So as you get underway the next day, you are quickly moving into sort of a new biome here, and the scent of the swamp takes on the sweet stink of rotting flesh. Trees with drooping limbs stand amid the river, their branches like hundreds of gray hands, and their dangling leaves like long, leathery fingers. And anyone who would like can make either a history or a nature check.
I'll make a history check. Let's see if my name. If I
I'll do nature.
26.
Okay. You have
14.
Yeah, you have heard of Xenophon of the Forest of Hands. Like now, it rings a bell that you realize that it's probably called that because it's populated by these, which are angle trees, Angul, plants that stink like rotting flesh and drip crimson sap that looks like blood.
Jeez.
So while they are ominous and unpleasant, they are not supernatural inherently. Although there's so much about them that is unpleasant, it almost feels like they're designed to be creepy.
It's like those plants that only flower every some years and stink up.
Yes, but
Yeah.
also designed to look like long-fingered dead hands trailing in the water and and then bleed sap that looks like blood. So
Exel will look at Canthan and be like, Could you make something edible of their sap?
I don't know if you can do that.
It would probably, okay, well, first of all, just about anything can be made edible. I've heard of people who take extremely poisonous fish and very carefully cut the least poisonous flesh from them and serve that as a delicacy. I personally wouldn't want to try it, but people are strange and will eat just about anything.
This is true.
Duca kind of just says, like, from where he's oaring, he just says, pass.
Salt says seconded.
Motion is denied. Next piece of business.
So as you enter the Forest of Hands, you're moving a little slower here just because it's creepy and a lot of these trees are like right in the middle of the river, so you have to kind of go around them a lot. But someone go ahead and roll a d4 because we're on a different random encounter table now.
I'll roll it. I'll do it.
Mm-hmm.
2.
Okay. As you are looking up the river, you see what at first seems almost like some sort of a strange, like, heat mirage effect or something, but it also looks a little bit like it's glowing, and gradually as you get closer, you see that glow start to resolve itself into spectral shapes, and then even closer, these look like spectral boats going the other way downstream in the river. And as these boats approach, they're translucent boats being piloted by translucent people who don't seem to acknowledge you at all. And in fact, one of them is heading right for you and then just passes right through you without the spectral figure seeming to react in any way.
Oh, definitely haunted.
Creepy.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I see where they get the idea that this place is haunted.
It is.
Someone want to make a history check?
Yeah, truth in advertising, I believe is the phrase. Hopefully we won't have to fight any ghosts. We don't have a lot of magic weapons.
Were you making that history check?
Oh, all right.
I thought Xenophon was making one, but then didn't roll.
Yeah. Oh, I did before. Or making another one?
26.
26.
Oh, okay. I guess I thought that was from before.
No,
because you rolled for the angle trees, right?
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
This is a new one for the ghosts. Yeah.
24.
Okay, well, there you go.
Nice.
So in any case, you suspect that this is a good sign as far as you trying to get where you're actually going, because you think these are phantoms of travelers lost when Manivarsha was destroyed.
Oh.
Well,
That's sobering.
Yeah. You all experience just a little bit of a chill wind as another one passes through you, and Duca is just
Not supposed to get chill wind in a jungle.
That's unsettling. Yeah. All right, so you have traveled for about an hour, and now into your second hour. Someone roll the d4 again. And
I'll do
roll
it.
if you get a 2.
Oh boy.
Okay. So as you are, let's see, I'm gonna make a map for us here.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's not a good sign.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna draw a shape here. I'm gonna say this is our boat. Oops, hang on, I'm on the wrong layer. Would help if you guys could see it. Okay, and get you all on there. What? For Pete's sake. I'm putting you all on the same GM layer that was just causing me trouble before. Okay. Put me on that layer. There we go. So I'm just dragging you onto the map right now so you can put yourself where on the boat you would want to be. And then, let's see. Duca, there he is. Oh, that's the handout, not the token. There we go. Okay. And then, so what happens first here is that you have just navigated around a large clot of these trees, these angled trees, and then the boat kind of starts to slow, but not like quickly, like with a bonk, like you hit something, but like something is starting to just slow you more than the current should. And then that starts to like progress and you're feeling the deceleration, but then gradually you're hearing slurp 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 slimy sounds, and it's somewhat reminiscent of when those little mud mephits crawled up the side of the boat, except that it's a lot more, and then burbling up over the railing are not cute little mud humanoid creatures, but just roiling masses of animate angle sap. So it looks like just like blood blobs are burbling up over the side, and we're gonna roll initiative.
Okay.
Well,
Oh, those look pleasant.
Uh-huh.
oh,
Oh
oh
boy.
boy.
Oh boy. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
It'll be fine. Maybe.
Someone's got
Yeah.
the. Okay, there we go. We've got a lot of doubles on here. Hang on. So apologies if I deleted someone, but looks like we still need Dianok on here. So let me.
And I
Okay.
just need,
Well,
there we
so
go. Yep.
let's take just a moment now, because everyone else is capable of doing it, and I think it's just a case of you need to see how. So for everyone else, when you are doing that, all you're doing, right, is clicking your token in and having your token selected on Roll20, and then going to do the roll initiative, right?
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, I guess you're rolling manual dice anyway, so let's not worry about it. Okay, but just.
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand how it would work. Yeah.
All right. All right. And then. Okay. So does everyone have their proper initiative on there?
Yes.
Is 4 correct for
Yes.
Dianok? You almost certainly have a higher dexterity than these blobs.
Okay.
So, Axel, your turn first.
Yeah. I'm gonna Eldritch Blast 2 of those.
Okay. Tell me which two.
Let's see here. The ones to the left and right of me.
Okay.
And let's see here. Where's first one? $17.
Okay. 17 does hit.
And I will push it 10 feet. And he takes 5 points.
Okay.
Second one. A 13.
All right. 13 does hit.
And I will push it 10 feet away from the boat. And roll damage here. Oh, there we go. Damage.
Mm-hmm.
That's better. Well, not really. 3 points.
So no, not better at all then.
Not better at all, no.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Now it is Dukia's turn. He is going to.
Tiger, tiger, burning bright.
Yeah, he is going to. He pulls out his longbow, and he's going to focus on the one that is still alongside the boat, for the moment. I think he gets. Let's see. His multi attack is. He makes 2 longbow attacks, so he is got a 17 for the first for 5 damage, and then a 10 for 3 damage, which does still hit. All right, hang on. Actually, also let me just double check these things are not. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so he fires 2 arrows into it, and the arrows go into it, but it does seem to take some damage. There's a little pooched in, pucker where
Okay.
where the arrows went in. Okay, that is his turn. Flounce.
Okay, let's try out this nice shiny longsword.
Mm-hmm.
Literally shiny.
Literally shiny.
It glows in the dark like Rudolph. All right, so attacking, first attack with the longsword.
Mm-hmm.
That is going to be 23 to hit
It will definitely hit.
for 11 points of damage, and because it is a magic item, it does magic damage. So
Yeah. So I'll go ahead and say that right now you don't need to distinguish between those.
okay.
But what also happens though is uh, when you attack and slash into it, it splatters you, and you're going to take 7 acid damage.
Oh, I hate
Oh god,
that.
this again.
This
Yeah.
again. This again.
Also, you see that the smoking acidic residue of this stuff on your sword tells you that your magic weapon is probably protected, but you think ordinary weapons might be damaged by
lovely.
this stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
So I will make a note to yell that out to my compatriots.
Mhm.
Close up acid damage.
Oh man.
And it will probably eat your weapon.
Yeah. Okay, so that was your first attack. Are you doing anything else?
Yep, I'm gonna do it again.
All right. Oh, and it was 11 damage for that first one? Yeah.
Yep.
Let me actually have it take that damage. Seems only fair.
Yes, please.
14 hits, yeah.
All right, and that is 8 points of slashing damage.
Okay. You're going to take another 3 acid damage
Okay.
from Goop Spatter.
Yeah. And I really can't move, but I'm just gonna come up here to the edge, to the corner,
Okay.
and kind of get out of range if somebody wants to do something about this one being so close.
All right. Can't then.
Okay, I don't want to use my halberd because it's my only real big weapon, and if I throw my throwing weapons, I'm probably never going to get them back. So, in the interest of being able to do anything here, I pull out my decanter of endless water and brace it and use the word for geyser and spray it like a fire hose at the one on my side.
Okay.
That's
okay.
clever.
Now
Nice.
it needs to make a DC 13 strength saving throw, which probably going to do well, but
Well, it rolled a natural 20, so
okay.
yeah.
So yeah. Um
I think it's also in water though, so it's
Yeah.
kind of like, and it's got an amorphous shape, so it's sort of
It's
double
kind of hard to
benefit there.
get a center
But yeah,
grounding on
so
it.
does it still take half damage or something?
No, it's just that's and it doesn't do a whole lot of damage either.
Oh,
And it's probably immune to prone, so it's not great.
well, it's
But
also floating in the water right now, so
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So yeah, that's my action.
All right, Xenophon.
Okay, so I'm going to look at the one that Flounce is fighting at, and I say, creature without form or shape, you are uglier than a hairless ape, and cast vicious mockery at it.
Okay.
Sorry, Canthan, you're the only hairless ape in this group. But
Got a 17 on a wisdom save.
so it's saved. Dang it.
Yeah.
Okay. But I will give inspiration to Flounce. Flounce, with your sword so bright, chop up these creatures just right. So you get bardic inspiration.
Awesome. Thank you.
And that is, I'm going to move to here. I don't like these creatures at all.
All right. Okay, Dianok, your turn.
So Dianok is going to target both of these creatures with Natasha's Mind Whip. And
Whip
I
it good.
flash and say, leave.
Okay. So, what did they do?
They need an intelligence save,
Okay.
DC 15.
All right. First, the southern one gets a 2,
Okay.
and then intelligence save 10. So I think they
Okay,
both fail.
both fail, so they both take 13 psychic damage.
Good.
And
Wait. So is there any criteria? So I
it doesn't have like an int score
Okay.
requirement
Okay. That's
or
what I was
anything.
gonna ask. Yeah.
Yep. I made sure of that because,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and also it can either move, take an action, or a bonus action, and it cannot take a reaction.
Okay. All right. And so that's both of them, and it's just for this round, right?
Yes.
Okay. It can move, bonus action, or so. Wait. So what? Read it again.
Move, bonus action, or action.
Right.
One of the three.
Okay. So if one needs to move, then it can't take an action still. All right.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, it is now their turn. This one is going to move and go back to the boat and start climbing up the side of it again, but that's all it can do. This one is going to attack. It's going to attack Flounce, who's right there.
Okay.
And it does. I think it's just pseudopod, just the one. So it gets an 18 to hit.
That does hit.
All right, so that's going to be 9 bludgeoning and 20 acid damage.
Holy Hannah.
Also,
20?
yes.
How much? 20?
20, yes.
Okay.
Also, your armor is non-magical, I think.
Adamantine?
It's not magical.
No, it's not magical,
Hmm.
but it is adamantine.
So I'm going to rule that the other effect does happen, but the crit eliminating feature still works. Or it's adamantine magic armor for
No.
No.
I don't think so. Okay, so yeah, so basically, it eats little bits into your armor, and so although the adamantine property will still work, it's going to have a -1 penalty to the AC that it offers.
Okay, I will. All right, let me see if I can do this. Yep. Okay.
All right. So that's that one. This one up here, slurp, 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 slurping up to the side, is going to. I think, Canthan, you're the one that's kind of right. I mean, yeah.
Yep.
it's going to attempt to pseudopod you.
Okay.
Actually, hang on. I want to check something. Did I miss a property of it? I think
Boy.
I did. So Flounce, when uh uh you hit it with a longsword, right?
Right.
So it does slashing damage. And so um what I'm going to say is it just took a little bit for it to be obvious what was happening, but it is now it has split into two pieces, and now each of them is acting like its own blob.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Okay, so that definitely rules out the halberd.
All right.
So yeah, there we go.
Hmm.
Yeah. Blop, blop, blop. Let me double check how that works. Okay. All right, and so they are also, the two new ones are half the size, right? Like that. Boop. All right, so but this other one is going to pseudopod attack you, Canthan, but it only got a 7 to hit, so.
All right. Duck out of the way of that.
Mm-hmm. All right, and that is the end of those turns, so it is Exel's turn again.
Boy.
With them, so since it's split,
Mm-hmm.
does it still look like it's taken some sort of damage, or does it look?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, each of them at they didn't regenerate or anything. It just split into two pieces. So you cut it in half, and now the two pieces are just each acting independently. Is basically the issue.
Right. So then I will. Oh, which one would be better? Let me look at this really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Not favorite, not dreadful strikes. Not favorite foe.
Right.
There we go. When you hit a creature with an attack roll, yeah, both of those are attack rolls. Yeah, might as well. I will make the one to the north in front of Flounce
Mm-hmm.
declared as my favorite foe.
Okay. The northmost one.
Yes.
All right. Let's make that the yellow dot. Yeah.
And I will then. So then, yes, then I will Eldritch Blast it and the one south of it.
Okay.
See if I can push them back away from it.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead and roll.
Flounce.
Sorry, I just yeah.
Okay, that is a 11.
11 hits.
Nice. So then damage, that is. Oh, and let me double check on favorite foe.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 9 points. And let me double check favorite foe.
Okay.
I think that is a D4. Yep.
All right.
Yep, here we go. And so that's 9 plus a D4. So that is 13 points for that one. And then the southernmost. $25.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I will push both of them 10 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. 10 points of damage for that one.
All right. Both of those are looking
Yay!
pretty beat up. They're kind of like feathery and decayed and, breaking up a little bit. Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes, it is.
Okay. It's now Duka's turn. Flounce, you're on deck. Duka is I think he is going to back away from that one to not be within 5 feet, but risking it making a pseudopod opportunity attack. It gets a 13, which I think does hit him. It does hit him. Okay. So 6 bludgeoning and 30 acid damage.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Holy Jesus.
Much.
Clark.
Much.
Clark. Oh, wait,
now,
I'm the Clark.
he is. I guess you wouldn't necessarily have any way to know this, but he doesn't take the bludgeoning damage, but that's his lycanthrope
Yeah.
trait. But he does
Well,
take
yeah.
acid damage, and his light armor that he's wearing is damaged.
Degrades.
Yeah, but he does then go ahead and fire his longbow again at that one. An 8, which does still hit, actually, and then a 6, which does not. So those are pretty low rolls, but. All right. That is his turn. Flounce, you're up.
All right, I'm going to back up one square,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm going to use firebolt.
Okay.
Yeah.
That way I at least have some distance and some range, and
Mm-hmm.
I can use fire instead of getting acid damage. So going for the one to the south, this one down here.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I can hit it.
Okay. Go ahead and roll.
That is a 23 to hit
Yep.
for 9 points of fire damage.
Okay. That one is not quite destroyed, but getting close. All right. Canthan.
I've been debating what I want to do here.
Yeah, this is a tough encounter for your skill set.
Yeah, I am going to I'm gonna keep on trying to blast it with the but no, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna drop the decanter
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, I'm gonna draw my hammer just to have something to fend off with,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm gonna take the dodge action.
Okay.
And I'm also gonna shout and wave around and try to catch its attention so it goes after me.
Okay. All right. You want to make a performance check?
I can do that.
All right.
12.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Xenophon.
Okay, I've got an idea.
Mhm.
So a spell I have not cast any time I've had for a long time. I'm not even sure this will actually. These things actually have a. It doesn't. It's what they're not an undead and they're not a construct. So
They're
I
an
think
ooze.
they're news. Okay, so Xenophon first is going to move off this thing here, and then he's going to craft an illusion of a Githyanki warrior perceptible by this creature. He's going to cast Phantasmal Force and create
Okay.
a Githyanki warrior here that's going to start attacking the creature. So it's going to, yep. So the character can use this action to examine the phantasm with an intelligence check. Each round on your turn, the phantasm can deal 1d6 psychic damage to the target if it's within the phantasm's area within 5 feet of phantasm. So basically, I'm gonna have this illusionary Githyanki warrior start whacking at this thing.
Okay. We're just double checking just because it doesn't
Yeah,
have a.
must make an intelligence. It says, yeah,
Yeah,
no
like some
effective.
of these types of spells, like it's like if there's an base level intelligence score that doesn't have an effect, but that does not appear to be the case with this one.
No,
Yeah.
only this creature can see the phantasm. I mean, I picked Githyanki just to
Sure,
tweak
sure.
Axel
so
a little,
which one
but
did you
yes,
cast it on? Which one?
I cast on this one.
Okay, so it's going to make
And-
an intelligence save, which I
Yep.
mean, it's not great at. Gets a 2.
Okay, so yep, so this Githyanki warrior will strike at it, and I'll just count as training it. Does 5 points of psychic damage
Okay.
and starts up. Yeah, so this creature thinks there's a Yankee warrior here now wailing at it.
Okay. Fine.
And unless it uses an intelligence action to do anything about it, it can just like hit that thing and nothing will happen to the phantasm.
Okay.
No offense to Canthan, but I'd rather he attack
No.
my illusion than you.
Yeah, well, you know.
Mhm. All right. So, Dianok, your turn.
Okay, so I'm going to try the same trick, but against these two. So intelligence save from both.
Okay. So the one on the right gets a 10. The one on the left gets a -4.
Ooh.
Wow.
Ooh.
Okay, so 14 damage to both,
All right.
and movement, action, or bonus action, and no reaction. So since there's no reaction, gonna just
Step
Yeah.
off.
Yeah.
Good call.
Mhm, mhm. All right. Great.
And
Okay.
that's my turn.
So it is their turn now, and I think this one is going to try to slurp up onto the boat, going over the railing, but it can't attack because of its interfered with nature. These two are slurping up onto the boat,
Oh, gosh, grief.
and those are both gonna attack you, Flounce.
Okay.
Oh,
Um, First one gets a 23.
Okay.
So 8 bludgeoning and 14 acid.
How fast do they move? Okay.
20 feet. And they have
Okay.
spider climb so they can go up the side of the boat.
Okay.
Okay. Ouch.
And that's another -1 to the AC. I think this is something that you think could probably be repaired, but, only in a shop, not
Yeah.
in the field. And the other one attacks and gets a 15.
Okay. That will hit.
15 does hit?
I'm going to. It does hit, but I'm going to cast shield.
Okay.
ooh.
All right. Gotcha. Okay, so assuming it doesn't hit with the shield, then you're good there.
Yeah.
And then the one on the right here is going to attempt to pseudopod the illusory warrior.
It
which
does nothing.
It does not work, but as far as it can tell, it only missed. It's not that it was an illusion. Does it automatically get to make a save, or only
No,
if
it
takes
has to
an
take an action
Take
to.
an action to do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's too stupid to even try to do that. Okay, that makes it then Exel's turn again.
Okay, man. Things are getting. Which one of the four, as I glance around, looks the most not
The
together?
2 little ones are both very damaged.
Right.
Yeah.
Then I will cast Shatter behind them to get those two.
Bearing in mind that you're on a boat.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, my-
Yeah, we might
my
go into
personal
some
strategy.
You could potentially cast it try to get it in the air, but they're also smaller now. I think that you would potentially be risking
Rock the
damage
boat.
to the boat. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
best one to go after be the one on the right, actually, if you're going to use Shatter.
Then I will.
What?
Then I will actually cast instead of Shatter because that I don't want to sink our boat. Then I will cast Toll the Dead on the northest most one.
Okay. Makes a wisdom save.
Indeed.
Do you get your favored enemy
It
bonus on that
fails
one?
the wisdom save.
No, it has to be an attack roll.
Okay.
Fails
Well,
the wisdom
actually,
Fails
yeah.
the wisdom save.
Awesome. So that means I will double check that.
I'm pretty sure the favored enemy does require attack roll, but
Yeah, I think they're both attack rolls. So let's see, spell Toll the Dead.
Mhm.
So that's actually 2d12
Uh-huh.
because it is hurt. Ooh, nice. That's 20 points of damage.
Okay. That one is vibrated out of existence.
Nice.
Yay.
And that's my turn.
All right.
Good turn.
Yeah. Duka's turn. Looks over his shoulder and he's going to fire an arrow at the remaining little one to try to see if he can finish that one off. Gets a 17 for 10 damage and does, and it just sort of like the arrow tears through the last little bit that was holding it together, and the remaining pieces cannot accomplish anything. So that one is destroyed
nice.
as well. And I have to re-add these into initiative. All right, and then he has one more arrow, which while he's pointing that way, he's going to fire at the one by Dianak and Exel. Gets an 18 for 9 piercing damage. And all of those arrows are just you're not recovering any of those arrows.
Yeah.
They get eaten.
Yeah. All right, Flance, your turn.
Firebolt again at
Okay.
the one with Dianak and Exel. This one.
Okay.
That is an 8 to hit
An 8 just hits.
for 4 points of damage.
All right.
Just a little bit, but and
Are you doing the? Oh yeah, I guess it rolled the 2d10s. You just got a 1 and a 3. I was just making
Yeah.
sure you weren't accidentally rolling the single dice.
yeah.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, and I'm gonna back up a little bit.
Do you want healing?
That would be appreciated. Yes, please.
Okay, I will do that on my turn.
All
Got
right.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, I was just thinking that also our friend also needs healing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Clark.
Duka's doing okay. He looks okay.
Okay. Okay.
He got burned a little bit, but he seems fine. He seems okay.
Yeah.
Canthan, your turn.
Yeah. Is there a spare boat oar handy?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
You borrowed this. You was using the spares when
Yeah.
you were helping out, right?
Yeah,
I'll
gonna
let you grab one of those and use it as a club.
Yeah. Could I? Is it long enough to have reach?
I think so. I think that's
Okay.
fair. Yeah.
All right, then I'm gonna step back here, scoop up an oar, and whack that one.
Okay.
Can I have proficiency?
Yeah. You're a fighter. You have martial proficiency, right?
A 20.
Yeah. I think an oar is straightforward enough to use as a club. It's not really an improvised weapon. It's like
Okay.
it's a big piece of wood that you can smack something with. So yeah,
I think a club is D4 damage.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. 5 points of damage.
A great club would be more, but I think an oar would probably be
Yeah.
more like a regular club, especially if you're getting
Yeah.
reach
Yeah.
with it. All right.
Okay.
Well, 5 damage. So, yeah.
I mean, the swordsman Musashi was known to have beaten another samurai with a boat oar. So.
Nice.
Really?
You
Did
have
not
another
know
attack,
that.
though, right? Don't you? You have a second attack?
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
I'm gonna use my hammer stats because it's
the
the same
damage to your oar is going to give you a -1 penalty on your attack roll.
thing. Okay, so it's a 12 instead of a 13,
Still hits.
and 8 damage that time.
Okay. And so now it'll have a -2 penalty, but you do the damage. All right. All right. I think Duka, when he sees you grabbing the oar, he's like, "Well, and then when he sees you actually hit and do some damage with it, he's like, "You know what? It's fine."
So fine. How are you?
Yeah. All right, Xenophon.
Okay, first my Githyanki strikes and does 3 psychic damage to this one.
Mhm.
And now I'm going to cast Cure Wounds at 2nd level for Flounce. Flounce gets 18 back. That was nearly maximum.
Nice.
Yeah, much appreciated.
There you go.
All right, Dianok, there's a big blood red blob in your face.
Yeah, I'm. I'll go ahead and. Well,
You're going to be on deck, Exel, after the blob's turn after Dianok.
Okay.
yeah. You know what? I'm going to conserve a little bit because I don't know what we're going to face,
Mm,
and just point blank firebolt,
okay.
which I believe is disadvantage.
Yeah, ranged attack within 5 feet. Yeah. But these are low AC monsters for sure.
Yeah, so that's a 12.
Okay,
So
it still hits. Yep.
No
Yeah.
hits.
10 damage,
All right. Yep.
which
You're starting to
and
take
yeah,
a toll
gonna
on it for sure. Okay.
yeah, gonna stay right there.
All right. Now it's their turn, and no longer affected by the whip. I think that one is going to it's going to blob you. That's a 14 to hit, Dianok?
No.
No. All right. Well, lucky you. You
Hey,
dance out of the way of its blobbing attack.
And the blobbing.
Yeah. And the other one, I think if Canthan hadn't moved back, it would have maybe rolled to see which of the two it attacked, but because it still sees that Yankee warrior as being closest, it's going to just continue to try to attack that.
Perfect.
I think, though, that you are noticing as it misses, it's starting to eat into the wood of the deck a little bit.
Ooh.
Yeah, but at least I'm keeping it off of other people for the moment.
Yeah. All right, Exel.
Alrighty. That being said, I am a little too close to be casting spells. I will bunny hop as a bonus action to here.
Okay.
Boop, 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 'cause I can
Hop
do
around the clock.
Boop.
And that does allow you to avoid opportunity attacks, I believe.
Indeed, it
Yep.
does.
All right.
And so with that, Eldritch Blast, one to each of them.
Okay.
Let's see, where is it?
Go ahead and roll.
Yep. That is a 12.
Mm-hmm.
The first one.
The
Six.
AC is 7, so you guys can
Nice.
probably just go ahead and assume.
Ooh, nice. 9 points for the first one, and he will be pushed back 10 feet.
All right.
Second one. I'm sure that hit. Oh! Woo!
Yeah?
My soul. 27.
Okay.
And because see, I have the digital dice on, and it almost rolled a 1. And that is 5 points of damage, and I'll push that one back 10 feet.
All right. 5 points of damage. All right.
And that's my turn.
Okay. All right. So that means it's Duka's turn. He's going to, I think, keep firing at the one on the left. Oops. $18 and 13 to hit. Both hit for 10 total damage. And that one's looking pretty rough now. And that's his turn. So you're up, Flounce.
All right, firebolt to the one on to this one.
I'm sorry, I didn't see which one. Say
This one, the other one.
okay. Well, he just fired at the one on the left, and then you just clicked the one on the left, right? So not the other one then.
Yeah, we're concentrating fire on taking one out.
Sure.
And that's a 10 to hit.
Hits.
For 15 points of fire damage.
Nice. That one is
Burn.
destroyed.
All right.
Okay. Good.
All right. That was Fonz's turn. Canthan.
A little out of reach there.
Mhm.
And I don't feel like throwing anything at it. So I am going to step over here and ready in action to whack it with the oar if it gets close.
Okay. Xenophon.
All right. I'm gonna vicious mockery the thing. Creature without form or shape, you are uglier than a hairless ape. Let's try that rhyme again, see if it likes it. That one likes it.
I got a 12.
Okay, so it failed. So 5 points of psychic damage and disadvantage on its next attack.
Okay.
Sadly, my phantasmal Githyanki warrior cannot move, so it just stands there, hoping that the creature will get within close to whack it, but otherwise it can't do anything.
All right. Dianok, your turn.
Okay. You know what? I'm just gonna firebolt it because that's nice and simple.
And
Straightforward.
works too.
And that's 23 for a hit. And that is 18 damage.
All right.
Nice.
Burn it. Burn.
Yeah. It's
Disco
looking pretty rough
Inferno.
now.
No.
Yeah. It's pretty rough, but not finished off yet. Okay. It does have its one last turn, or presumably last. We don't know. It's gonna shorp on up here once it gets.
I'm going to
within
take my
range.
sentinel
Yeah.
attack when it's 10 feet
Mhm.
away.
Yep. Go ahead. Well, and you were also holding an action anyway, right?
Yeah, well, I'm going to actually use the sentinel attack instead
Okay.
because that has the additional
Makes it stop. Yeah.
Oh,
24 to hit
chomp.
Okay.
and 5 damage, and it stopped.
All right. Okay, so you managed to whack it with the oar, and then the oar is doing a little bit of that, like that old thing where like you put the hand on someone's forehead, and they're like.
Yes, exactly.
So now it can't get close enough to do pseudopod attack, but your hammer, your oar is now would be at a -3,
Okay.
and
It is ordinary.
I can see
How-
the thing like
how big
gradually
a minus
burning away
can-
the end of the oar as it gets closer and closer.
yeah. All right, so Exel, that means you're up.
Oh, then he is going to take 2. You know what? Yeah, he's going to take 2 Eldritch Blasts.
Yeah.
Because
That feels so good.
I thought about Toll the Dead, but I think the damage might be a bit better. That is a 10.
Okay, 10 hits.
And then the second one, 24.
Those both hit.
Yep. And let's see. Damage for the first one,
Okay.
10 points.
Yeah, it's blasted into pieces.
Woohoo!
Da 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 da. All right, so you seem to have fought off the angle sap oozes for now.
So nasty.
Yeah.
Yeesh.
How's your armor doing, Flounce?
Not great. I'm going to have to spend some time when we get back repairing it.
Sadly, that's not my skill set.
Yeah. Well,
Uh,
it is in mine, so I can do it. I need an actual forge.
Oh.
You need equipment.
No
You need
more
equipment.
comments about eating angle sap.
No.
No.
I prefer to food that doesn't bite back.
Indeed.
Though we did start off with those prawns, so I don't know.
Well,
They
is,
gave us our name, so you know.
they stopped fighting back before we ate them.
That's true.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, so as you are continuing on your way through the forest, we're going to have you make one more D4 roll and ignore a 1 or a 2. So
All right, I'll do it.
might as well just roll like flip a coin, right? Because it's gonna you need the
So,
3
so,
or a
so you're
4.
3 or 4. Okay, I'll roll
Yeah.
1d2. So it's a 3.
Ah,
Okay.
Okay.
So I think as you are moving through the Forest of Hands here, a mist starts turning into fog, and you are finding it difficult to navigate because you can't even see the banks at this point. You occasionally see a tree come up and you move around it. Every so often, you'll notice the bank only because the river is curving and you just got that close to it without even realizing. And it's kind of hard to see. But as you're making your way up the river further, suddenly you see a light, um, kind of just, you see a light up ahead. And then a while longer, you realize it's actually two lights slightly removed from each other. They seem a ways off still, but they're glowing in the fog.
It's the headlights of a car.
Could
Go
I
on, coming dragons.
could I make a survival check?
Is this a player thinks they know what it is situation?
Um,
Uh, this player certainly has bad ideas about what this might be.
I
Yeah.
Yeah, I have some ideas as well.
Exel, because the mist has come in and we're having trouble navigating,
Mhm.
Exel doesn't want to be led astray, so he's hoping he's not seeing things and leading and helping lead us astray with some sort of false light potentially.
Well, I mean, it's not false light in the sense that I mean everybody sees it. It's definitely
Yeah.
light.
Mm.
So you can certainly consult amongst yourselves and confirm that everybody sees the light.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is it? Would it be able? Would I be able to tell if it's magical in nature?
I mean, what else would it be? I mean, it's some sort of it's a glow in the fog. You can't see
yeah.
what's giving it off.
And so yes, if I can't see what it's giving it off, then I
It
can't.
doesn't look like a fire.
Okay.
Yeah. So I can't say I want to do like I can't. There's no person there. I can't see, so I can't say I
Well,
want to see.
so
If
it's a
in
little
mine.
ways off now. So I think what Duca says is, so the question is, do we get closer to see what it is, or do we avoid it?
Mm.
Hmm.
I
I
think avoid.
yeah.
Yeah, I'd say
Avoid.
avoid
I
it.
think discretion is the better part of valor.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Hopefully, whatever it is, if it's unpleasant and we go around it, won't come after us.
Mm-hmm.
Does Christiana, does Devil Sight allow you to see through obscure like when things are obscured, or is it just generally like
Huh. Because it lets you see through magical darkness, but I don't know that I mean, it doesn't let you see through objects.
right?
And like smoke or fog is something in the air. I don't know. Let's look up a quick sage advice. Uh, does devils
You can see normally in darkness, both magical and non-magical. It just
let's see. Can devil's sight see through fog cloud? Um, let's see. Uh, uh, yeah. So fog counts as heavily obscured, which blocks out vision entirely. So yeah, you would still you can see the fog really well.
Yeah, I would also vote avoid, because what other things would be guiding us? I don't think it would be something with our best intentions in mind, even if it is non-malicious, because we are in places that boats do not generally go, correct? Like looking at our guide.
Yeah, I mean, I cannot imagine what it would be, but that's because we don't usually come this way.
Yeah, so I think avoiding it would be the best.
That's a copy. And so he steers the boat away, and the lights recede into the distance. And I think, do you like keep watching them as you pass and go by?
Yes.
Being awkward.
Yeah. I think just as they are starting to, be difficult to make out in the fog, you see them bob a little, move around a little bit, and then disappear into the fog.
Mm.
All right.
Will-o-wisps.
So,
Yeah, that's
as
what I
you,
was thinking.
yeah, no, good call, you guys. You did it. Um, well done. Um, you know,
Can
uh,
be taught.
You can be
so
taught.
as you continue up the river, gradually you pass through the foggy area and it starts to clear, and so you arrive at an area. So several slow-moving waterways convene at a rocky island covered in moss and ruined stones. Atop it stands the blackened, rotting stump of a great tree. On the stump, Amanisha Manivarshi lies motionless. We're
Oh.
gonna go. We have a map for that.
Oh boy.
So let me put you all on here. Let's see. Okay. I'm gonna make a boat and then put Duca on here too. And then I'm gonna delete some of these. There's a lot of stuff here on the GM layer that isn't actually here, so I don't know why they have the tokens for it, but let's see. Let's just, yeah, you know what? Just gonna, instead of doing that, I'm just gonna delete those because they don't need to be here because they're not actually. There we go. So, yeah, that is what you see. Oh, I was gonna make the boat. Draw a shape. Let's see. There's your boat, and then so yeah, you have pulled into the area that I described. There is this island, blackened, rotting tree stump, and then you recognize Amanisha, the winner of the Shenkai Games, lying motionless on top of the stump.
All right.
What would you like to do?
I am going to step out onto the island, keeping my eye out for any threats.
Okay, well, so make a perception check.
25.
Okay, so you don't spot anything. Hang on. You don't spot anything like creatures nearby.
Mhm.
But what you do notice is that the stones that compose a lot of this island actually look like they might be extremely weathered and overgrown shaped stone, like parts of an ancient structure.
Oh, okay, that's the ruins we were looking for.
Yeah, ruins of
Yeah.
the city. Yeah.
All right.
Yep. But
That
so
tracks.
you step onto the island. Nothing immediately attacks you or rushes out of the water
Okay.
or anything like that. So.
DNR is also gonna step onto the island
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, I'm just gonna keep moving up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I will do the same.
Duca's like, I'm going to stay on the boat just so that the boat is not unattended. I'm here with you guys, but like,
We
Yep.
appreciate that.
Thumbs up. We got
Mhm.
it.
Yep.
Well, we got it right.
Oh, goodness.
Gonna approach
mm-hmm.
the Amanisha.
Yep. She appears to be breathing, but she is unconscious.
Any sign of her shell?
You do not see the shell. She is not. She doesn't have any like weapons or like items. She's just in her dancing outfit.
All right.
Does she appear to be injured?
Yeah. Well, she looks weak, but and is unconscious, obviously.
Hmm.
All right. Sounds like
Axel,
a
are you on the island too? Or are you staying on the boat?
Yes, I'm going on the island too.
Okay, go ahead and move your token.
And I'm going to keep an eye out on this northern side while they're all
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
doing the thing, just so that we can have a look out.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on her.
Okay. Go ahead and
13 hit points back.
okay.
Let's see if that rouses her, or at least it has to do her some good.
It does. You see some of the color come back into her cheeks, and she blinks her eyes open and looks around, kind of disoriented at first. She kind of frowns in confusion at you, and then looking around and, oh wait, what happened? Uh, who are you? Who did did you did you heal me?
I did. We are the Order of the Golden Prawn, and we have been sent to rescue you and find the shell and find what entity caused the devastation of the city.
Uh, Thank you. I, so sorry, it's very blurry.
It's okay.
But
Take a moment.
so I saw the wave attacking Shagapur, and it grabbed me and the trophy and just dragged me up here, and I could barely was able to take a breath just here and there, and it brought me all the way here. And
Hmm.
once it put me on this island, I was attacked by a woman, an awful woman with gray skin that seemed to just ooze. Like it was like her blood was sticky and gooey somehow.
Like sap.
Yes, like the tree sap, but it was coming out of her skin. And she seized the Shenka stone away from me and declaring that it belonged to her.
Do you know her name? Did she say it?
She she didn't say her name, but she said that she had brought me to the ruins of lost Manivarsha, and that when she what she said to me is that she said, if you think you're Manivarshi, then you can be a prisoner here for the rest of your days, is what she said to me.
Hmm.
What do we think, friends?
Um, so,
Well-
just as you are discussing what to do next, um, fire erupts from the island around you, and I was just looking up. I need to be able to draw the shape properly. Um, uh, and then
Whoosh.
whoosh. So in that, oh, actually, it should be one more. Um, so does just get you there, Canthan. Actually, what I'm going to do is what she is doing instead is it. Hang on. Thank you. Let me grab it now. Thanks. There we go. So where I have just drawn those red boxes erupts into fire. Um, a It's 20 foot high, and it let's see. You're not. So, Canthan, you are close enough that if you end your turn where you're currently standing, you would
Take
take
damage, yeah.
So we're not technically in initiative yet, although you might imagine it's not
Right.
far off. Um, but yeah, so basically, I think your instinct would be to immediately want to like jump away from it because you can feel the heat. Um, and then as this fire whooshes up to block the path down to the back down to the boat, notice that everywhere else on the island except for this northern beach is like a 10-foot like cliff to jump down into the water. So it's not that far, but it's you can't just run down it either. Um, and so then, uh, emerging from the forest to the north here is presumably the woman that that was described. And I don't have like artwork handout that looks like what she looks like. So you'll just have to trust me on this. Or do I? Let me double check. I don't think so. I don't think she has her own handout. No. Okay, so sorry, I'm having to switch between a lot of things. Okay, so this wall of fire emerges, and then a woman with tattered ancient robes and skin the color of a drowned corpse walks out of the swamp at the south edge of the island to the north of you. And then as she walks across the surface of the water to the beach here, she speaks and says, "Welcome, visitors. I am Jijibisha Manivarshi. I'm sure you've heard of me. I know you've come to steal my trophy," she says, holding up the Riverine's Shenka. "But I am the last champion of Manivarshi to win the Riverine's Shanka, not this upstart. It cost me everything, but my victory is eternal." And now we're rolling initiative.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, the way when it animates the dice, how it looks close to, yeah. Almost was an
Ooh.
initiative for me.
Oh boy. Ooh. Initiative is not our friend this time.
And then
To be fair, that's the first natural one I've rolled all night. Hope it stays that way.
Ah, nice. Finally got a good roll.
all right. Everyone got their initiative on there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Xenophon, what's your dex?
My dex is a 12.
So I'm
So-
gonna roll initiative
Yep.
for Amanisha, but she is currently unarmed. So if she's gonna be able to do much, you might need to.
Well, even if she can just like roll down the cliffs and then swim to the boat.
Well, I'm just saying that, like, if you wanted her to help with the fight, she can't do it unarmed.
No.
That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Okay. So, what is their dex? Because we got a dex off with Duca.
What's your dex, Enoch?
16.
Okay, so you have the advantage, so you get the advantage over me.
Okay, yeah. And then I was actually looking at Gigi Bisha has advantage over Duca, and then Dianok over. Okay.
And I think Exel has higher dex than I do. My dex is 0.
Boy, everyone just
Yeah,
roll
yeah.
the same.
This is it's a clown car.
Okay, so it is actually Gigi Bisha's turn first.
Oh god.
Yeah, this is ugly.
Oof.
Yeah. So what she does first, 10, yeah. You see her turn a strangely glistening, like opalescent gaze, at Amanisha. Excuse me. Some of those voices I'm doing hurt my throat. Anyway, and she's going to have to make a wisdom saving throw.
Would this happen to be a spell?
No.
Okay.
Amanisha fails it, and as she like can't help but lock eyes at Gigi Bishi. Bisha, she suddenly like had been alert and feeling better and looking like she was ready to go. She suddenly just kind of slumps
Um,
zombie like over onto her side.
can I? Oh, let's see.
This is her turn. Do you have a reaction of some sort?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I will use my reaction to cast Silvery Barbs.
Oh,
Okay.
Um,
What does Silvery Barbs do
Yeah.
for an attack roll?
You distract the target and turn its momentary uncertainty into encouragement for your trigger. The target creature must re-roll the d20 and use the lower roll. So yeah, it is
It's
an
only
attack
for an
roll.
attack
Yeah.
roll.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but she's going to make some attack rolls, so
Yeah.
you can still do that, but it won't make a
Yeah, it
difference on
won't.
the
It
hypnotic
won't
gaze.
salvation. So never mind.
no, no, I've got that spell too.
Ah.
Yeah, it's not useful right now, but it's gonna probably be fairly short.
Yeah.
really soon.
But she also is drawing a sword, and as she gazes at Amanisha and sends her kind of slumping over unconscious, she charges forward to Flounce.
Okay.
Um, and makes three melee attacks actually.
Oof.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Okay, then.
Uh, so okay, so the first one's gonna miss with a 10, but then an
Uh-huh.
18 and a 21.
Okay. I'm gonna use shield again.
Okay, does that block both of
Um,
those?
It blocks one of them.
Okay,
Because my current armor class is 14.
Okay.
Right.
So the 18 misses, but the 21 hits for 4 slashing damage.
And that's when I
Okay.
will use. That's what I'll use. Silver.
Okay. And so what does that do? Makes it
You have to re-roll the d20 for that attack and
Okay.
take the lower roll.
All right. Well, so okay, so roll another d20. Which yeah, so that would make it a 16. So I
That
guess
would
that was
save-
shield would also have blocked that.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
who gets the advantage now?
And let's see.
Yeah, yeah. Who gets the Benny? You might want to give it to Pounds, probably.
I will actually give it to Fan because that's the next one up on the.
Oh, yes. That's
Yeah.
good tactics.
I'll give it to. So you have advantage on your next attack roll.
Gotcha. Mm-hmm.
Attack roll, ability check, or saving throw within 1 minute of
Okay.
me doing it. Yep.
Okay.
All right. So that makes it Duka's turn, but he is like, he is basically he can't see any of this. He's saying, "What's happening? Are you okay? Should I try to bring the boat around?" And so he doesn't know what to do because he can't see through the wall of fire. Can't
Exel will yell at him.
well, it's not your turn. So,
Oh well, yeah, you can't do that.
Can't then.
All right. I will charge 30 feet forward. Ordinarily, I'd stand back to use reach, but Flounce is in much worse shape than I am, so I'm going to get right up in her face.
Mm-hmm.
And the first attack with my halberd is with advantage.
Okay.
There we go. Got
Okay.
a 20 to hit,
A 20 does hit.
9 slashing damage.
Okay, and it is non-magical attack,
It is non-magical. Yes.
and so she seems to be somewhat resistant.
Okay.
Of course she is.
My second attack is a 27
Will also hit.
for 12 slashing damage, and then
Okay.
I will take a bonus action to hit her with the butt of my
Okay.
pole arm. For the 22 to hit,
Also hits.
or 6 bludgeoning damage.
Okay. So she does seem to be relatively sturdy towards that type of attack damage, but is nonetheless, you slash at her and smack her several times, and she's annoyed and reeling back. All right. Anything else for your turn?
That's it. Move, action, and bonus. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
It is Amanisha's turn, but all she does is just lay there looking sort of stunned. All right, Dianok.
So Dinark is just gonna move up to here. Point at I cannot remember the name, but psychic lance.
Okay.
So that's
Ebenezer
intelligence
Manabarshi,
save.
something like that.
What save
Something
is
like
it?
that.
What save is it?
Intelligence.
Okay.
16.
Okay. They got a 19.
Okay, so they just take half damage. So total of 28, half to 14.
Okay.
And no other effects.
All right.
Not
She
incapacitated.
winces and snarls at you and just says, "Don't you understand? You're dealing with the true champion of Manivarsha." Xenophon.
Okay. Xenophon's going to move to here and cast Cure Wounds on Flounce at 3rd level. Keep the bunny bouncing.
Keep the bunny hopping.
Keep the bunny hopping. So that's 24 points back. And let's see who's let's give inspiration to the bouncing bunny. Bouncing
No,
bunny.
I've already got it.
No, you don't. That's from last encounter though. So
Oh,
you wouldn't have
okay.
it anymore. So
Yeah,
Okay.
would have worn off by now.
yeah,
Okay.
one off step. So we have bouncy bunny with your sword so bright. Chop this big champion tonight. So you get inspiration. That is my turn.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Axel, your turn.
Oh boy. Let's take a shot in the dark. Exo will use a bonus action to shift into his dread form. So I will get some bonus, some temporary hit points from that. Let's see. So there we go. And find where the hit points are. That'd be great. Actually, there it is.
Mm-hmm.
There we go. 6 temporary hit points.
Mm-hmm.
And then he will cast blindness and deafness.
Okay. I believe that's a Constitution save.
It is DC 16.
Okay. They got a 17.
Oh
Oh,
man,
Hmm.
their saving throws are good.
Yeah. Well, also, you get a sense that she's got some sort of a magical quality to her.
Well, yeah.
All right.
and that'll be my turn.
Okay, Flounce, you're up.
Okay. I'm going to rabbit hop,
Mm-hmm.
and I can't find where that actually is to mark it off, but I'm gonna rabbit hop over here behind her,
Mm-hmm.
and then use. Wait a minute, is rabbit hop?
It's probably under bonus action.
Yeah, that's the actions.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to see if I can go ahead and use my giant smite, but I can't.
Okay.
But since I'm far away since I have a distance from her, I'm going to fire off a firebolt.
Okay.
Send her a little bit. 19 to hit.
A 19 does just hit.
Ooh,
Oh wow.
ooh,
For
hachi
17
machi.
points of fire damage.
Yes, and so you do just manage to. She tries to dodge, but you manage to strike her in the shoulder, and it does seem to scorch her, but not as much as you might have hoped.
Hachi
Well,
machi.
that's
Ouchie mama. Okay, what are we gonna do about this?
Okay.
Yeah. All right. That makes it her turn again. And I think she uh, turns and Kanthan, you had approached her and attacked, and she looks straight in your eyes, um, uh, and you suddenly see them. Her eyes shimmer, and you need to make a wisdom saving throw. Kanthan?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little distracted.
Yeah, I
Wisdom
know.
save.
We've
Okay,
got some
I'm good at those. 21.
nonsense in the chat. Yeah, so you are able to resist this some sort of a magical influence she was trying on you, but as you resist it, she just snarls at you and attacks with her sword. And
Okay.
she is making two-handed attacks with her long sword.
Mhm.
The first is a critical miss with a natural one. Will miss. But then there's a 23 for
23 will hit.
4 slashing damage, and then
Mhm.
another critical miss.
Okay.
Wow.
Take
Okay.
it.
Yeah, that's yeah, 2 in yeah, in one turn. That sucks for her, and she is really annoyed by that. All right, that is her turn. Now it is Duca's turn to it, and he still doesn't know what to do because you Axel was going to yell out, but then didn't on his turn when it.
Right.
Yeah. What
Uh,
do we want him to do is a good question.
Bring the boat around to the other side.
I think that
Okay.
is what he's starting to try to do, but it's going to take a little while to get there. I mean, it's not in combat
Yeah.
terms, it doesn't happen very
Yeah.
fast.
Move that fast. Yeah.
All right, but he's working on that. And when he comes around this way, because there's more clearance, he has his longbow sort of at ready, but he can't see the enemy from that angle yet.
right.
All right, Kanthan, it's your turn.
Okay. I am going to use a bonus action for Fighting Spirit, which gives me 10 temporary hit points and gives me advantage on all my attacks.
All
So
right.
here we go. First attack's only an 11.
11 is not gonna. She basically shrugs it off like with her forearm, like almost like she had some sort of armored thing. But
Second attack is a 19, which I believe
it does
hits
just hit, yeah.
for 14 slashing damage.
All right.
I will use my action surge to attack 2 more times.
Okay.
25 to hit
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
for 11 slashing damage
All right.
and 18, which misses, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And doesn't action surge also say possible bonus action?
No.
Nope, it is just one more action.
Okay.
Okay.
Not a whole turn, just an action.
Okay. So,
And I'll also say,
Hmm?
if you had talked to us about the shell, it might have ended this peacefully. But here we are.
you can't have the shell. I am its rightful owner.
Fine, but then you attacked us.
Uh, well, she also presumably caused a flood to the whole. Anyway.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, she's not walking
well,
away.
that was the talking part. I didn't say we
Fair
let her
enough.
have the shell.
Yeah. So she doesn't seem like
She's in a negotiating mood.
No. All right. So that was Kanthan's turn. Amanisha seems to sort of blink herself awake again, and she looks around at this, and she's gonna run and jump down into the boat.
Yay, good.
Yay, good job.
Yay!
Yeah, exactly what we wanted her to do.
She is
Good.
going to take 4 bludgeoning damage just because it's a drop down into the boat, but she's okay.
Okay,
Good.
good.
Okay.
All right. Deanok's turn.
Okay. Deanark is gonna go for a mind whip
Okay.
on this one. That's intelligence, which she's good at, but intelligence
23.
save.
Yeah,
Sorry.
23.
23 you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Only 3 damage and no other effects.
Mm.
Okay. Gonna
All right.
just
Hmm?
I was gonna move, but no, never mind.
Okay. All right. So, Xenophon's turn.
Blanche, you used my inspiration, did you?
I
Or
did
not?
not use it
Oh,
yet.
Okay, I didn't see the dot on it. Okay,
Oh.
then first thing I do as a bonus action, I will inspire Canthan with his halberd to chop this false champion to coleslaw. But as for my mega action, I am going to cast Dissonant Whispers on her. So she needs a wisdom saving throw at 3rd level. She needs to make a wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay. Only a 13.
Okay, so she fails.
Mm-hmm.
So she takes 18 psychic damage and must move. Its reaction is possible to move as far away as the speed allows away from me.
Okay. All right.
She doesn't move into obviously dangerous ground,
Right.
but
right,
yeah,
right.
but she.
So that, let's see, what's her movement speed? She can fly actually.
Oh
So,
God.
Yeah.
This gets even better. Great.
3, 4. Yeah. So she actually flies quite a distance away from you.
Oops. Okay, I didn't quite mean that to happen, but
Mm-hmm.
maybe people with long range shots can
And she
start picking at her.
yells from there. It's like, I'm not a false champion. I'm the only legitimate one. All right.
Yeah.
Axel, your turn.
Machi. Mind you, they are still in range of me, but man, they're making it tough. What is the range on that? Oh no, that's only 30 feet. So yeah, definitely. So that means Eldritch Blast.
Mm-hmm.
Doing what you do because you're a warlock.
Right.
Yeah, do that warlock thing.
Let's see. First one's a 23.
Hits.
The best warlock thing.
Yeah, it's no lie.
Natural 20.
All right.
All right.
Go ahead and roll the damage.
All right, so the first one is a D10. Ooh, nice. So that's 9 points for the first one, and then the second one is 2d10. It'll roll for me. There we go. So that is it's 11 points is the first one.
Okay.
The first roll.
Yeah, so 20 total damage. Are you pushing her further away?
Oh boy. Oh man, if I do. No, I won't, because honestly, she's far enough away, and I don't necessarily know if anybody can actually hit her other than myself.
I can.
Yeah, so I'll let her stay where she is. Do I have a bonus action?
All right. Let's try to keep things moving a little quicker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But that'll be my turn because I
Okay.
don't think I have a proper bonus action I can use.
All right, Flounce.
Chromatic orb
Okay.
for cold damage.
Okay. Go ahead.
Chill out.
Go ahead and roll
Yep.
them. You don't have to announce it and then wait for me to say okay and then roll it and then ask
Okay,
me.
that's
Okay.
14.
Okay, and
That's
you guys
14,
can
so it
all
doesn't
go ahead
hit.
and click damage too, just so like it'll either count or it won't. We don't have to wait for confirmation. But
Yeah,
all right,
but
just
that didn't
because
hit.
It takes a long time.
Well,
that's all.
you could use your inspiration.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Mhm.
Let me do the 1d8.
Come on.
Eight,
Yeah.
8 points. So
Alright.
that's 22 to hit.
Hits
All right.
for cold damage.
Yep.
Mhm.
Which is 18 points of cold damage.
All right. That is a solid hit from a distance, although it appears that she is also somewhat resistant to that as well.
Oh man.
Okay, so it looks like resistant to elemental damage.
All right. So that it makes it her turn again, and she starts flying in your general direction. And as she's moving, she begins to laugh and disappears.
Oof. She did. Oh, I hate invisible. Oh, God. I don't have to see invisibility of any kind. Nuts.
All right.
All right.
Yep. So she turned and she did it seemed to disappear, but it did not seem like she was running away.
No, no, we have what she wants. Her pride. So no. Oh, great. All
Although
right.
she still has the shell.
She still has the shell. Yes.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, whose turn is it at this point?
It is Duka's turn, so he is moving the ship more, and then it's Canthan's turn.
Okay. I'm going to pull out my my hammer, my meat tenderizer, in my right hand while I hold onto my halberd in my left, and ready in action to fling it at her if she shows up again within range.
Okay. All right, Amanisha's turn. She's hanging out on the boat. Dinok's turn.
Okay. So Dianok is going to say the woman's name, which for some reason I
Gigi-Bisha.
Ibidisha?
Gigi-Bisha.
Gigi-Bisha
GB.
Madavari.
Uh-huh. Manivarshi.
Okay. Madavarshi.
Uh-huh.
And Psychic Lance, because as long as she is within 120 feet, she will become the spell's target.
Okay.
Oh, nice.
Nice. So
Nice.
that's another intelligence save.
Yes.
Okay. 24.
Okay, well that saves, but still takes 14 damage.
Okay.
And because they've gone from my sight, I can't use a reaction because I can't see them, correct?
Actually,
What would you be reacting to?
Oh,
She didn't make an attack roll. That was Dinok's
Right.
turn.
actually, I have inspiration. Can like DM granted inspiration? Can I
What to try
use-
to make her? Well, so here's the thing. I have it set to where it automatically always rolls twice, like for advantage or
Okay.
disadvantage. The second roll was a 20, so
Okay.
even
Okay.
with disadvantage on that roll, it would have succeeded.
Yeah, and
she
I
did
can't-
also just save to concentrate on her invisibility.
yeah, and I can't use silvery barbs because I can't see them.
Mhm.
'Cause it
Well,
has to
but
be-
also
That's
that was
for-
Dianok's turn. I don't think you can
Yeah.
use silvery barbs on, like, isn't that for when she makes an attack roll?
Yes.
It's for if they succeed on an attack roll, an ability check, or saving throw. I
Oh,
can use
okay.
it as a reaction, but I can't see them.
Right.
I have to see them. Yeah.
Okay,
Right.
so
So-
that's Dinok's turn.
That's
Xenophobe.
my turn.
All right. Is anybody injured? I can heal.
I am good at this point.
All right. So I don't see anybody. I don't see her. I can't. So I have nothing I can hit her with. I'm just going to move down to here. I'm gonna move down here by you. You might need healing, which she appears and starts chopping at you.
Well, she might start chopping at you.
Yes, she might, but she could do that anywhere because she can fly. So, but I'll stand next to a fighter. So, you know.
Probably also worth noting that the wall of fire disappeared when she turned invisible.
Well, that's good.
That's better.
Concentration spells.
Although, as that disappears, I think Duca looks back and sees that, and he's just now looking at. He's got the boat right by the cliff, and he's just like, "All right,
North Beach, North Beach.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that.
I'd seen the fun.
Okay. What did you do?
I just moved to next
Oh,
font.
you didn't take an action.
I got nothing that can
Okay,
hit
fair
somebody
enough.
anybody invisible.
You can
All right,
take
excellent.
the dodge action.
I couldn't I? Yes, yeah, that's smart. Thank you.
Mhm.
Thank you. I will take the dodge action just in case she decides to chop out a bard.
Okay. Okay, so that makes it Exel's turn.
I will cast Mirror Image. You all see a flare of green and purple eldritch light as copies of Exel emerge from him, like almost as if they're stepping out of his shadows. And there's two of them. And that will be my turn.
Okay. All right, Flounce.
I am going to ready a sword attack. So if she comes in range, I can whack at her.
All right.
Up top.
Okay, so it is her turn now. And what happens is that first.
Oh.
What?
Okay, you go. No.
Okay. Okay. That seems like it should be bigger, but I guess that's how it works. The first she reappears, but
Oh.
then she casts a new wall of fire in a circle around many of you.
Ooh, ow.
And
Dexterity
so that
saving
means Flounce, Canthan, and Dianok all need to make dexterity saving throws.
I got a 3, but I'm going to use Indomitable to re-roll it.
Okay?
I got a 10.
Mm-hmm.
17.
17, I believe, does... 17 just succeeds.
Whew.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Flounce, did you?
You
You got 11, I see. Yeah.
I got 11. I can add a 2 to that, but that's still a 13 and it won't do.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right, so the... where is it? Let me roll it. So that is going to be for Flounce and for Dianok. That's going to be 20 fire damage.
Yeah.
For Canthan, it's half, so 10.
Right. Does
Um,
my reaction go off?
um,
My held action?
Yes, just a second though.
Okay.
So let's see. All right. Okay. So yes, what your reaction was to
Throw my hammer.
throw your hammer. Okay. So sure. Yeah.
It's a disadvantage because she's at long range, so
Mhm.
I only got a 10.
Okay. Yeah. So it misses. She
Yeah.
bats it out of the air. She is floating just above the surface right now, and so it is. I actually think that in hindsight, I will say that the miss was because she is really actually obscured. But you threw it just before the wall of fire went up, but now it's obscuring her because it's 20
Yeah.
feet tall. Okay, so that is her turn. Duca's turn. He actually can see her now, and so he's going to fire off longbow shots. 17 is going to miss, and a 12 is also going to miss, unfortunately. Okay, that makes it your turn, Canthan. You are currently in the wall of fire. You probably don't want
Yep.
to stay there.
Yep. I'm gonna head over to here. She's still at long range. It's not going to be good for throwing crap at her. Yeah. Let me check. Let me check the range on the one moment. Sorry. Decanter of Endless Water is 30-foot range. Can I instead move to here? Yeah, that's within range.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to move to there and spray her with the Decanter of Endless Water. She needs to make a strength saving throw DC 13.
Okay. I think this is still. Let's see. Let me double check the wording of this. Spells and other magical effects. I think this is a magical effect, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, that's a 23.
Okay.
Sorry.
So it just gets a little damp.
Yeah.
She is visible, so I will use another reaction.
Okay.
She'll have to re-roll that d20.
Okay. Yeah. Rolls one more d20. Okay, so that's a. Oh, so that'll be 12.
Okay, that does not succeed. She takes a D4 bludgeoning damage and is knocked prone.
Okay.
And
Yeah, that was a good use of silver barbs.
And I
4
will.
points of bludgeoning damage.
2 points because she's resistant,
and
but she
I
does
will-
plop into the water.
And Dianok, you have advantage on your next
She
attack.
takes the other
roll.
2 points in dignity damage.
Dignity damage. Dignity damage.
So yeah, Dianok, you have advantage on your next attack roll.
I guess she does
Okay.
need to make a constitution or like a concentration check as well,
Ooh.
but she succeeds. All right, that was Canthan's turn. Amanisha is not really able to help at this time. Dianok, your turn.
Okay.
Like with Canthan, you probably you will
Yep.
you will continue to take fire damage as long as you're staying within the wall of fire.
Or close to it. It's 10
Yeah.
foot, within 10 feet.
Well,
of
that's
it, yeah.
where Xenophon's going to have, a difficult proposition in a moment.
Oh, Xenophon has a plan.
There.
Okay, do you not?
So I'm going to Misty Step.
Mhm.
Well, actually, make sure distance.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna Misty Step and land in the water next to her.
I mean, it's 10 feet deep. You're gonna
Yeah,
be
you got to
swimming.
swim.
Oh.
Oh, then you can climb up onto the land there.
Okay, yeah, I'll
Okay.
land in the water, go up onto the land,
Mhm.
and then stab at her with my short sword.
All right.
She's prone, so you have advantage.
You do.
Oh yeah, I do.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, that's I thought that was the reason why you did it.
Mhm.
yeah, I didn't mean to do it, but I forgot at the moment. But 21 to
Okay,
hit.
that'll hit.
So that is 9 damage, non-magical.
All right, so she takes half that. All right. Okay. That's Dianok's turn. Xenophon, you were not actually in the fire as it came up, but you realize that the wall is radiating such heat inward that is if you stay even inside the circle, you're going to take damage at the end of your turn. But the only alternative is to run through it and take damage. when that
I
happens.
have a different alternative, OGM.
Yeah.
Flounce, are you willing to be dimension doored?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so I'm going to grab Flounce and I'm going to dimension door to a spot I know, which is the far side of the tree trunk.
Okay.
And I don't have to be able to see. I just have to.
Why not next to
Visualize
her
it.
so that Flounce can melee her?
Well,
can't-
he can't see that.
I can't see that. And I
okay.
don't know that
The wall
spot.
of,
So
the
I-
wall of fire. So this circle is a
Okay.
20-foot tall
Gotcha.
wall of fire that.
Yeah,
completely
so it has to be a
obscures.
spot I knew, which
Mhm.
I didn't see this spot, but I could definitely get that tree trunk. So I'm going to I'm going to drop me and Flounce right there
All right.
with my dimension door.
Well
All
done.
right. You move and then I'll move with you.
Okay. Boom.
Which, okay, so the wall of fire is projecting inward, not
Yeah,
outward.
correct.
Okay. Okay.
Correct. Let's see. Okay, so right. So you have inspiration, don't you, Canthan? Okay.
I do not have inspiration.
Yes, you do.
Wait, no, yes, I do.
Yes, you do. Flounce does not. Flounce goes after me. I'll give Flounce inspiration. Be inspired to end this combat, Flounce, with your shiny sword.
Okay. That was
That was me.
Xenophon's
Yeah.
turn. So Exel.
Alrighty.
Try to cook a Gitzerai, will you?
Then I will move.
She is still prone, so you're gonna have disadvantage on ranged attacks right now.
Alrighty, so I will move here. And what do I have that is not a ranged attack?
Hold the Dead.
No, I don't have that one. Then I will use blindness, deafness
Okay.
again.
All right.
DC 16.
Which are you inflicting?
Blindness.
Yeah. So it works. She fails.
Yeah, that'll keep her from doing a gaze attack too.
Mm.
That so with that they are blind, and I'll let me check. At the end of each of its turns, they can make a Constitution saving throw. Awesome. So that is my turn because that took my action.
Okay. Yeah, she screeches with rage when you blind her. Definitely changes what she was gonna do. All right, Flounce.
All right. So let's see. 10 feet up to the edge.
Mhm.
And the water is 10 feet deep.
And it's 10 feet down to the surface.
Right. How big is Flounce when she uses her giant's might?
What
Well,
is it that you're wanting to have?
Well,
happen
what
here?
I want to do is have her jump down from here into the water and be Big Bunny and then attack with my halberd.
It would still be 10 feet deep. You would be still swimming or difficult terrain.
Yeah, but if I'm giant sized,
Uh-huh.
then I wouldn't be swimming, I would be wading.
No, okay, you would be in water up to the top of your head.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's
you're
10
still, you're
feet
still,
So- so
deep. You're not
difficult
20 feet
terrain.
tall.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So I mean, think about it. If you get to even like 10, 12 feet tall, like you're still like in water up to here,
Okay.
right?
That was okay, that's what I was gonna do. But
I mean, you can do that, but you would be swimming. Is the
Right.
point.
Jump down, run across the boat, and onto the shore on the far side.
yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna have to do.
All right.
And that's as far as I can get without dashing.
Okay. You're gonna take 5 bludgeoning damage for jumping down into the boat.
That's fine. Let me go ahead and do that. And yeah, I'm gonna wait.
Okay. It is Jijibashi's turn again, and the wall of fire disappears, and once again she disappears, and she is going to attempt to move away. And so you could make an opportunity attack. Dianaki, you have your sword out and everything. It would be at disadvantage because you can't see her, but it would have been at advantage because she's blinded, so it's a regular attack.
You should still have the advantage from silvery barbs. I think that pushes.
You can't double up advantages. When you have
Oh, darn.
when you have both
Yeah.
advantage and disadvantage, it just becomes a
Oh.
regular attack.
Damn.
Well, how's the 23 sound?
It sounds like it'll hit. That's with straight attack. Yeah.
And that is 6 damage,
Okay.
reduced
Well,
to 3.
yeah.
Forces a concentration check.
It does.
And Dianok, you'll have that advantage for at least for a minute. So you've got a few more rounds to use that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, she succeeds.
as long as I don't use the spell again, you have that for a minute. If you don't,
Okay.
All right. So that was her turn. She disappears again. Duca is like, okay, so I mean, am I still moving the boat? What's the plan here?
Yeah, because Xenophon's going to need to get down, and he's not going to want to jump.
No, I'm not gonna. I'm a squishy bar. Squishy bar, so jump.
Okay. So he's gonna
Yeah.
trying to click the thing and it's all right. There we go. Okay. It is now Canthan's turn.
Yeah. Already threw away my hammer. Hmm. Um. Yeah, I'm going to. Yeah, I'm going to. I'm going to keep the decanter of endless water out, and if I see her if she shows up within 30 feet, I'm going to spray her with it. I'm going to move a little bit just to be able to cover a bit better area. But yeah, that's what I'm going to do.
Oh, also she gets to make a Constitution check at the end of her turn to see if she shrugs
Yep.
off the blindness. So let
yep,
me,
yep.
Oh yeah, well that time she got double natural 20, so I think
Oof.
Dang it.
yeah.
No longer flying blind.
Hey, well, it was good while it lasted.
But that was at the end of her
Ooh.
turn, so she did
Yeah.
have to, forced her to temporarily withdraw. Okay. That we just did Canthan's turn. Did you were holding an action or something? I'm sorry. I was
I'm holding an action to spray her with the decanter of endless water.
Gotcha. Okay. That makes Amanisha's turn. She's just looking around. I'm gonna have her make a perception check to see if she can try to get a sense of where Gigi Basha is doing, where she's going. But she only gets an 11, so I think she's not sure. She's looking, but she can't tell. Dianok.
Okay. Gonna say her name to Psychic Lance Jichibishi or Jichibisha.
Mm-hmm.
So that's intelligence save.
Okay. All right. Intelligence. That's only a 14.
Okay. So she takes 25 psychic damage and is incapacitated until the start of my next turn.
Okay, and that means she automatically drops concentration, which means she reappears in the water, kind of just floating in a daze.
Okay. And she is just within 30 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I mean, and she is incapacitated, so she will automatically fail her saving throw.
Okay, so
She's incapacitated. She'll automatically fail saving throw. Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
so she takes 3 bludgeoning damage.
Well, 1.
It's okay. Either she gets resistance because it's magic, or she takes full damage because it's magic.
Well, but it's still bludgeon. Okay, let me. Yeah, okay, I'll give you that. Okay.
You can't have it both ways, I don't think. I mean,
no, I think that's fair. I think
it's only 2 points of damage.
Yes, I know. I'm just thinking about it. In the future.
Yeah.
In the future, it is not magical damage, but also magical resistance won't grant advantage against it.
Okay.
However, this time, because we did it that way once, we'll do it that way a second time.
Okay.
She'll take 3 damage.
Okay.
So, in the future, it does not do magical damage.
Okay.
But what else? What else does it do? The bludgeoning.
Knocks her prone.
Well, she was already incapacitated,
Right,
floating in the
but
water,
so you know.
it scoots her along the water a little bit.
I gotta go chase her to hit her with my
All
spell
right,
now.
Amanisha's turn. I think she is.
Wait.
What?
That was Canthan's reaction.
Oh, you're right. Okay, yeah. So that was Deonok's turn. Canthan had a reaction. So Xenophon's turn.
Right. So I'm going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And I'm going to cast Dissonant Whispers at her at 4th level.
Okay. I believe she still makes that saving throw. She doesn't automatically fail wisdom saving throws.
Okay. So
She gets an 18.
so she succeeds, so she only takes half damage. So
Which
she
is?
only 11 points of damage, psychic damage.
So she was like sort of floating there with kind of a dazed expression. And as you cast your Dissonant Whispers spell, you see that she just doesn't move and blood starts to drip out from her nose and her eyes.
Mhm.
And she's gone.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Oh, get her before she sinks. We need that shell back.
We need that shell back.
Yeah, so definitely I
So-
think she had been clutching it and she kind of lets it go and it, it sinks, but the water's only 10 feet deep. So
Deonok will just do a
I-
misty step out and gather it.
okay.
Just
Well,
for
okay.
for the picture.
Well, but I think that you're going to have competition though. So I want to.
Yeah,
So
let's take it.
if you want to, so Xenophon just had his turn, so we're
Yep.
doing this
Right.
in order.
Okay.
So because this is a trophy for an Olympic Games.
Yeah, it's pretty
Um,
sweet.
So that was Xenophon's turn. Exel, your turn.
Then you know what? Then yeah, the bunny will. Let's see. Can I do that? Is that right? Do I got the range for that? That's how long it is. Oh, it's only 30 feet, so I can't get there. Yeah. That's it because I have nothing to be able to grab it within unless it's within 30 feet of me. So I'm gonna be like, someone should get that.
All right. So that is makes it Fonz's turn.
feet.
It's difficult terrain in the water.
Yeah. I was just thinking about that. And if I go along the outside, I have to dash in order to get anywhere. So I'm just gonna hop in the boat.
All right. Okay. GGB Shed does not take a turn. Duca's turn, and he's just kind of like, all right, whatever. And so Canthan, your turn.
Yeah, I'm going to stow my weapons, and dive into the water, and see if I can find that trophy.
All right. I think so. How did you? So any water square counts as difficult terrain.
Yeah. I took that into account.
Okay.
Well, actually, okay. Any water at all? Okay.
Yeah.
then
Well,
yeah.
also you went down a 10-foot cliff.
You know what? I'll use a bonus action to activate my jump spell.
Okay.
So,
All right.
just leap down that way.
Okay. So is that's as far as you can go though, or
That's
right
as far
there?
as I can go with a
Okay.
dash. Yeah.
All right. So you're just starting to go into the water.
Yeah. I suppose it's pretty murky.
Yeah.
Okay.
all of this was to allow mechanically the possibility that someone else might be able to do it. But I think narratively, this is what I wanted, which is it is Amanisha's turn. She's going after her trophy. She steps up with a couple of quick steps, does a graceful dive into the water. She has a cunning action that allows a dash action, and she comes up with the shell.
That's why she's a
Okay.
champion.
Yep.
But she, I think as she comes out holding it, and she just says, "This, I think, doesn't need to even be said, but I'll say it. I owe my life and the recovery of this to you."
It was a good thing to do.
All part of the job.
So as you're just starting to kind of recover from recognizing that you've defeated this creature, you suddenly hear a voice drifting from beneath the tree stump. Axel probably hears it most directly since he's right there. But you out there, calls a voice from beneath the tree stump. Has that horror been banished? Is she finally gone? Set things right. Set me free.
Insight check.
Yes.
I mean, go ahead and make an insight check.
Because disembodied voices.
Well, it's not. I mean, it's not disembodied. It's coming from below the tree stump.
24.
I mean, what insight are you hoping to glean from someone who just said, "Help me"?
Yeah, I'm
Is
trying
she
to.
gone? Let me out. That's what she.
Yeah,
Like.
just kind of want to see if they.
So I would say, from your insight check, you get the feeling that there is someone who very sincerely, now that Gigi Bisha is gone, would like to be set free, and believes that that means setting things right.
How do I? Does there seem to be anything on the tree stump, or would I have to move this thing?
So, yeah, basically, you see this. Yeah, like I don't think the tree stump looks like it. It looks like a nasty old burned tree stump, but you don't see a hole or anything.
Well, c'est la vie. Eldritch Blast. I want to Eldritch Blast this tree stump.
Okay,
and,
Eldritch Blast the tree stump. I mean, you don't have to roll to hit. You just do damage, and it makes a scorch mark on a tree stump.
Can I push the tree stump though?
No, it's a tree stump.
It's
How-
the roots
rooted
aren't
to the
rotted
ground.
enough to be able to lift it up.
Oh darn. Well, crap.
How do we release you?
That's a good question.
That's a very good question.
Yes. Ah, yes. Well, you have more than one capacity to release me. Simply touch any magical blessed Shanka shell to the stump, and it will release the magical prison.
Oh well.
Amanisha.
How many?
Well, so Xenophon,
actually,
you would recognize that
Xenophon.
what you got from the priest is also one of those.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, okay. So I will do it then.
Okay.
I will.
So
Yeah,
you just
I-
go
I-
ahead and do it.
Yeah. I mean, if the person's not on the level, we will deal with them appropriately.
All right.
But they've been imprisoned by our opponent. May not be enemy, but we'll give them a fair hearing.
Okay. Well, so let me go ahead and give you a new handout for Riverine for what this Riverine looks like.
Oh,
The daddy riverine to the other
Right.
riverine.
yeah.
So as
Yeah,
as you touch the shell to the tree stump, I think you maybe hear Ducat muttering to himself, "You're not going to ask him who he is first, or all right."
You're giving us too much credit. Dude.
You're also giving the bard too much credit. My wisdom
Yes,
isn't high,
but
remember?
the tree stump kind of rots away into nothing as you touch it, and swirling up from a hollow underneath, you see this riverine, and he says, "Thank you. You have done the right thing. I am Adiroit." And you would, I won't make you roll a history check, but that was the river that had previously supplied the city of Manivarsha, which then flooded and destroyed it. So back during that original history. It's like, and so is now that you have freed me, I can offer you rewards.
I know one thing I would like to know.
We didn't hear
What
you. You're
happened?
saying something. Okay, so, but as you're asking that, he says, "Ah, yes, I suppose I can also gift you with knowledge. When you say what happened, that is rather a broad question. Can you give me a more specific frame of reference?"
To the city. What happened to the city? Like, how did it?
Oh,
And
to the
it,
city of Manivarsha.
yes.
Yes, well, many, many years ago, I was the riverine of the lost Adiroit River, which nourished the great city of Manivarsha, and they performed the Shanka trials. However, it came to my attention that one human in particular made a pact with a wicked god to give her fiendish powers to ensure her victory in the Shanka trials. You have
Uh-huh.
now defeated her, thankfully. But because the humans allowed the divine Shanka trials to be tainted in such a way, I saw fit to wipe them off the face of the earth.
How did you wind up being imprisoned?
Well, that was, of course, the sinister powers that Gigi Basha was granted from the evil, wicked god that gave her the powers in the first place. She tricked me. But now that you have defeated her, and the humans that allowed the trials to be tainted have been dealt with, then things can return to their rightful order.
Did the
Glad to hear it.
humans
Yep.
know that the trials had been tainted?
Not all of them, certainly. But
Alright.
it happened under their duty.
Well,
Hmm.
definitely tell the priest in Sankapur
Yes, absolutely.
so
Nabil,
that they can be on the watch out for such things in the future.
were you trying to say something, Nabilis, or okay, sorry, just seemed okay. Sorry. Just wanting to make sure it wasn't a technical issue. So yes, I mean, tell who you like. Now that I am free, I expect that I will return to my status and restore the Adiroet River to its rightful route.
How will that change the landscape?
Well, rather dramatically, I expect. In my absence, my banks have been overtaken by many other tributaries in growth, and this will need to be restored. However, if you are worried, I will not intrude upon the territory of the other three major rivers. And I think I have tired of having mortal cities at my banks, so I will not be taking any of that territory.
That is what I was worried about. Thank you.
Yep. We will also give those words to the priest in Sangapore.
Indeed.
And
You
so,
You spoke of a boon. What sort of boon might you offer?
treasures. And he lifts up a hand, like, and all of a sudden, a geyser sort of starts to bubble up from the center of this island. And this geyser bursts up, and then as the fountain settles, a little, just like a little pool is left behind, and in it is a fist-sized sapphire.
Dang.
Ooh.
There is also an emerald gem set in a little stone base that you suspect is magical. An intricately carved jade statuette depicting a muscular version of Adiruit. and a waterproof sack containing a length of fine silk embroidered with pearls. And naturally, all of these things are worth substantial gold, but I will tell you the amounts later because you wouldn't
Okay.
know them necessarily
No.
right off the bat.
Okay.
But the prize among that is a fist-sized sapphire.
Yeah.
For the record,
it's-
usually sapphires not that big. It's
No,
not very
but
big.
the magical emerald is also
Well,
interesting.
yeah.
So, yeah,
All right.
Yeah, I
definitely take of the
For
We-
your
we-
assistance, I will ensure that your travel back to the banks is uneventful and swift. For I wish the news of my return to be spread quickly.
we thank you.
Very much.
yes.
And he
Okay.
nods as though, yes, that's the right answer.
Yes.
We will- Let's get on our way then.
When the
Yes.
Gather our treasure and get on the way.
All right. So, if I think as you head back, Amanisha and Duka are like Amanisha is like she didn't say much during all of that, but like as you're all getting ready to leave, she walks up and she just says, I'm a descendant of the people of Manivarsha. You killed all of them because one person made an evil deal? He says, they allowed the sacred rituals to be tainted. She just nods and then goes and gets in the boat.
That's pretty much all
Tianak
you
will
can
say,
do.
Yeah, arguing with the god is probably a
Tianak is
bad
just
plan.
gonna kind of whisper to her, I have opinions, but I want to say them where we're not within the territory. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, back on the road again.
Yes.
Back on the river.
On the river
So,
again.
As promised, first of all, going back, you're going downstream, way
Yep.
easier.
Yes.
So you're going much faster anyway. But you also find that there's a sort of a glowing current that is carrying you along even faster, and is like after a certain point, Dukas is like, I don't even have to steer; it's just doing it.
This is a holiday. Christmas holiday for our boatmen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What you also notice though, like just as you're starting to, leave behind the Forest of Hands, is that you're hearing in the distance from where you just came, you're hearing the sounds of like a lot of whooshing water, and you see like the horizon of trees is like moving. Yep. But you are on your way back, and you're making good time. And I think as you just do a general assessment, the emerald in the little setting is an emerald elemental gem, which you will summon a water elemental, but you do have to like break it to do that. Like that's how you summon it. But so that's what that does. That's what it is. The jade statuette is worth about 500 gold pieces. The silk with the pearls is worth 250 gold pieces. The fist-sized sapphire is worth 6,000 gold pieces.
Holy hell!
Jeez.
I mean we're gonna have to pay our tithe, of course, but even so, even with that, we're gonna
Yeah.
be
Well,
making bank on this.
Well, remember, we were offered
400 gold
There's
400.
another
for
400
Right.
gold waiting
Yes.
for us.
Right.
Yeah.
to
So
visit.
we
Yeah.
can pay our tides out of that, and the rest stays for the golden prawn.
Well, we'll take care of that when
Yeah,
we're
when we
done.
get back to
Yeah.
when we get
Yeah.
that's a fair
Yeah.
that's a fair
Yeah,
But I do hope we are not going to be deceitful about what we received, just so we don't have to worry about keeping track of lies.
Duca doesn't say anything, but he does clear his throat.
mhm.
Oh, Duca should probably get a bonus.
Oh no! I mean, you don't have to do that. I mean, we had an agreement, but if
But
you feel like
How
It's-
about if we give him the statue of
Yeah.
the river god?
Yes. I think it's appropriate that stay
My-
here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
in this-
cultural
in this realm.
appropriation and that.
I
all that.
mean, I'll take it. Like
I just
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
no,
no,
I think that's
that's
a
a
good
good
deal.
solution.
That's
I
a good
have-
deal.
in my head, because I've been watching Christmas movies lately, I'm just thinking of Home Alone Lost in New York when Rob Schneider's character was like looking for a tip, and he's like, "Oh, you're looking for a tip." Like it's just
all right.
Yeah,
Um,
no, the
The one thing absolutely for sure identifiable as belonging to this culture stays with the culture.
Yep.
Yeah. That
and,
sounds good.
and of course, so the journey back is uneventful. The Tinjorna Riverine um, is glad to hear that the sinister magic influence has gone, and seems to have a slightly more complex reaction to the idea, whatever you tell them about Adiroet.
No, we will. Yeah, we will tell the truth because
Yeah.
we've shifted the balance of power in this
Yeah.
entire
So
country. So,
superficially, they seem also happy to hear about that, but you get the sense that that might be a little more complicated. And only time will tell how that will change the landscape of this region. But
Yeah.
it's not the first time we've upset apple carts.
yeah. But so
Or
yeah.
at least shuffled the apples around.
Yes.
But yes, then you return to Shagapur, and
Oh,
I
one
what? Yeah.
one thing that I would like to say,
Okay.
as we're going, but after we leave Adroit's territory, it's like
Mhm.
tell
Well,
us.
how do you know what his territory is?
Well, after we meet the
Okay, past the falls clearing.
Past
Yeah.
the falls.
Okay.
like, say, yeah, Adroit did not do good things. I don't believe with
Well,
how
no.
handled the. At least
His
they
perspective is kind of a bit different than ours.
I feel like at least they could have given the people a chance to act against what
Yeah,
happened,
absolutely.
corruption.
You're absolutely correct.
Yes.
But he's a spirit, and it's not easy to enforce those sorts of things against spirits.
I imagine the people who ran the Shinka trials at that time would have gladly punished someone for corrupting it, if nothing else than to keep their own honor.
One would hope anyway. I mean, there's corruption in all sorts of things. Bribes, blind eyes.
Yeah.
But the reaction of the spirit was very, very, very excessive.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think Amanisha is kind of really thoughtful during all of this, and is just like, I mean, on the one hand, it was always a mystery exactly what had happened and why. And so knowing the answer in some ways is, I suppose, better, but it just now makes this no longer a simple closed chapter of history, because the spirit that did it is now restored.
Yeah.
He's also out in the wilderness and doesn't like people, so
Yes, I suppose.
And keeping him bound would not be just either. I
Hmm.
mean, I mean that was a place of dark evil, and just to let it there be uncleansed would also be a wrong, I think.
Yeah, I believe uh, and I think that the priest will happily be more vigilant than others were about that type of corruption, and possibly communicate with the you know with their own riverine to perhaps keep that type of of repercussion from happening again, if possible.
Or at least communicate with the other cities and saying, all right, well, we've now discovered a surefire way to make the Riverine really, really mad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Um,
So,
Don't do this.
yeah.
the we know a way to at least hopefully prevent that destruction from not happening again for
Yeah.
the same reason.
So, there's basically no more adventure left. So,
Yep.
we're already running late. So,
Yep.
I think we can finish
Yeah,
it here,
what is
unless
our-
we wanted to
you know.
just deliberately stay until it's New Year's.
Yes.
We also-
Longer for me than for the rest of you.
Sure. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, in any case, though, you have completed the
Adventure.
the Mists of Manivarsha is the
Woo!
adventure. So well done.
Yay!
What
and
is
I
our share of
think-
the treasure? I think I want to know.
Hmm?
We're gonna definitely sell off that
Yeah. So I
gem
think we
and,
can we can handle that because we'll probably do some downtime at the start of
Okay.
next time. But I think
Okay.
you also all get to level up.
Yahoo!
Got to be level 11 for Shadow of the Sun.
Level 11?
11.
Wait, between Tangled
10.
Roots. Excuse me. I'm sorry. 10. Yes, I said the
Okay.
wrong thing. Yes, 10.
Okay.
Oh, what was it?
10.
What's it called?
10. We go to 10.
10.
Between
We
Tangled
go to
Roots.
10.
Okay. I
Speakers
thought you
can go
mentioned the
to.
name of the
I
adventure.
did, and I said it wrong because I said the wrong one. But it is between Tangled Roots is the answer in level 10. That's the answer.
Cool.
Yay.
All right.
Okay.
Yay.
So I think we will leave it there, and I hope everyone has a happy New Year,
Yep.
and we'll go ahead and return next week for more adventure on so many levels.
Yay.
So many levels.